the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Now I'm calling the meeting to order, December 16th, Board of Supervisors with the amended agenda. Let's see, Jesse, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Yes, you. Well done. All right, before we have some changes to the agenda that I'm going to walk us through, and then we'll get to our individual board member item before the consent agenda. But even before that, I'm just going to take a moment of personal privilege and read a statement that I developed with Mayor Hodge and Councilmember Fernandez regarding recent incidents here. As community members and elected leaders, we condemn last week's attack. Violence against any member of our community is unacceptable, especially when it is driven by racism. This incident is not happening in isolation. Communities across the nation are experiencing similar hate-driven incidents. We are not immune to the broader pattern in which racialized attacks are becoming more visible. Incidents like this harm not only the person targeted, but the safety, trust, and belonging of our entire community. We cannot and will not allow violence like this to become normalized in our community. Allowing one act of hate to go unchallenged opens the door for more. These incidents erode our community's sense of safety and undermine the values we stand for: respect, dignity, and the right of every person to live free from violence and discrimination. While we rely on our investigative and legal processes to uncover the facts and uphold our community values, we also recognize the emotional and psychological impact this incident has had on many of our community members. Acts of hate create fear and uncertainty, especially for those who have experienced discrimination before. We do not experience this moment from a distance. We're your neighbors, and we feel the weight of what this kind of violence does to our community. To those who feel targeted or fearful because of what happened, we see you and we stand with you. We remain committed to working with local partners, community organizations, and public safety agencies to prevent hate, support those affected, and strengthen our commitment to safety and inclusion. We are not defined by acts of hate, but how we come together to confront them with unity and a shared commitment to stand up for each other. Thank you for allowing me to do that. Okay, we're going to move on now to corrections and deletions to the agenda. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item number 40, that's file number SR 25-2232, has been pulled from the agenda.
40, 25, you said also?
Excuse
Number
me, that's
25.
the file number. It's
And then
agenda
also number
item.
4, right? That's the one you wanted? Oh, that's not a recusal, never mind. Okay, so just 40. Okay, thank you. And then I want to note that to my colleagues, County Council is requesting that we add a closed session to the agenda. The need to take immediate action came to our attention subsequent to the agenda being posted. And County Council, after County Council reads the item, I will need a motion to add the closed session to the agenda, and I'll need a 4/5 vote to do that. And then we'll deal with that closed session during the lunch hour and report back out after. So, County Council, would you please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The item that I'm requesting to go into closed session on is regarding real property negotiations. The negotiator for the county is Ryan Groover, Director of Health and Human Services Agency. Items under negotiation concern the price and terms of payment and the property interest to be obtained, and it's located at 135 East Empire Street, Grass Valley. The negotiator for the property is Agent Emily Ravenis.
Okay, thank you. So now, unless there are questions, I need a motion and a second to add this closed session to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. District 5,
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
and District 1.
Yes. Okay, great. We are now, let's see, are we going into consent calendar right now? That's not, no, we're going to do that after the next item. This is not, right. Okay, we're going to go into our individual board item. And let me ask, please, County Council, come down to the front table. This is another one of those joyful and sad items where we are going to be saying goodbye to our County Council. Kit Elliott, thanking her for her years of service and wishing her lots of luck and lots of volunteerism on all of our boards and commissions. So I want to, let's see, I am going to actually read the certificate. It's quite long, but it says a lot. And then I want to turn it over to my colleagues to say something, and then we'll let you talk, Kit, but not yet. The County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing Kit Elliott and her years of exemplary public service as Nevada County Council. Kit began her service to Nevada County in 2019, joining us from Mendocino County. From the outset, she guided the Board of Supervisors, the County Executive Office, county departments and commissions through complex civil, administrative, and operational matters with clarity, confidence, and an unwavering commitment to public service. Her arrival coincided with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, a moment that demanded calm judgment, rapid action, and extraordinary endurance. Kit led the overhaul of essential county policies, advised on emergency response, and undertook the ambitious effort to update and reorganize significant sections of the Nevada County Code to improve clarity, usability, and public accessibility. Kit's leadership has been instrumental in many of Nevada County's most challenging matters, including the ongoing litigation involving Rise Gold Corp. and the proposed reopening of the Idaho-Maryland mine. Kit brought significant statewide experience from her time as Mendocino County Council. Following the devastating 2017 fires, she and Sonoma County Council initiated litigation against PG&E and coordinated a coalition of 12 counties, including Nevada County, to support wildfire victims and drive accountability. In addition, she spearheaded Mendocino County's participation in the multi-district opioid litigation and continued that work on behalf of Nevada County, helping secure more than $5.6 million to date to support treatment and recovery services for individuals suffering from opioid addiction in Nevada County. Before serving as county council in Mendocino and Nevada counties, Kit dedicated nearly 3 decades to criminal defense work as both a public defender and a private defense attorney, during which she conducted nearly 100 jury trials and served on 2 statewide criminal defense boards. Her background shaped a practice grounded in compassion, determination, and a clear sense of justice. That same combination of technical expertise and humanity defined her work in Nevada County, where she became known for her fierce, feisty, and fearless approach to the law. Indeed. She dove headfirst into the county's most complex problems, solved them with determination and good humor, and set a tone of urgency and ownership. Kit also brought a notable openness and accessibility to her work. She was known for taking calls and meeting with members of the public and anyone who reached out to her, regardless of whether the issue was urgent, routine, or entirely unexpected. She treated each person with respect and genuine attention, embodying Nevada County's commitment to transparency and service. Her leadership extended beyond the county. Kit served as president of County Councils Association of California, representing all 58 counties and strengthening statewide collaboration. Within her own department, she fostered a culture of teamwork, accountability, and thoughtful problem solving, mentoring her attorneys and building a cohesive, service-oriented team. Reflecting on her career, Kit often speaks of the community and camaraderie she found in each office she served. Nevada County has benefited greatly from her intelligence, her humor, and her unmistakable ability to move things forward. Therefore, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in celebrating Kit Elliott and her extraordinary contributions as Nevada County Council, and extends its deepest appreciation for her leadership, service, and enduring impact on this county and its residents. Thank you so much, Kit. So I'm going to turn it over to Lisa. Would you like to start?
Wow, I didn't know all of that. Well, thank you so much for your service to the County of Nevada over the last few years. I've only gotten the opportunity to work with you for a few years, but have come to appreciate your sage advice and the fact that you will always let me argue with you, even though you know I'll never win. So much appreciated, but you will be missed. When we talk about what we get to do in retirement, I know of a couple of really wonderful organizations that would love to have you involved, so I will be pursuing you in a different forum in the community, but I'm really pleased that you're going to be here. And, you know, the work that your husband is doing in our arts world is fabulous, so thank you for retiring and staying in Nevada County and continue to contribute to the community.
Oh boy, what to say. From the first time I met Kit, it's like, man, she's a pistol. We are going to have our hands full. And I have learned so much. And, we talk about all the big things you've just done, but there's so many little things, like working with my special districts through big things that are tough. And, they don't always have to do with ours, but you stepped up and you do all that. And I love that you have that free openness to come and talk. Like I said, you don't usually win the arguments because Kit knows best, but yet you listen and you find an avenue. And I think that's what is so important, how you engage into this community too, is that you have that ability to listen to all the facts, and then really dive out there and see what's going to protect us all and make sure that we're doing it correct. And I've enjoyed those chats. I call you at all different times, and you always answer the phone for me. And you've always said, that's my job. I take care of you as a supervisor. I represent you, and you have done one hell of a job. I appreciate you so much. I mean, from COVID, I was just a new supervisor coming on, and it's just been fun to grow and learn with you as well. And you're not afraid to point out when you're doing something wrong. And I think that's been real helpful because it helps you grow and be a better person. And I'm glad you're staying here too. That's another thing. When somebody comes into community and they embed themselves here, it's because you care about the community and you want to be here. And you and George have really been exemplary about that. We just love having you. I love seeing George and his roles that he plays here. And come Thursday, you can see him. He'll be here. Wednesday, yeah. So, but I just say those are really a special thing when somebody comes into a community. It's not just a job. It's a home and a place that you learn to love and live in. So with all those, I'm going to miss you. I wanted to say no to your letter of retirement, but I'm happy for your next chapter, and I know you won't be able to sit still because it's not in your DNA. So thanks for being such a great advisor, as well as our county council, and really as a friend, and I really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, a lot of it's been said, but Kit, congratulations on a successful career. When I first came here, just like Sue, I was an early board member in the middle of the height of COVID, and you were, Rob's rocking out too. It was such a trying time, and you were such a steady rock of confidence and support and legal guidance for us, and it meant the world to me. And then as chair, I got to work with you, I think twice a day for a year straight, doing gold mine stuff and trying to tell us how to do it. I have this rating. I give myself a grade with Kit, and usually it's like a B- or a C+. But she comes to you with these things like, here's how it is, and Kit and I respectfully, I would disagree, and I'd push back, and we would figure out what was right or what was right for me as a board member and what you thought was best. And I just so appreciate your sage guidance there. Kit's a climber too. We shared a lot of climbing stories, which was an interesting part of our past that we both share. Love to talk about that. And then got to know George a little bit and George's fascination with airplanes. And once you retire, George and I are going to do a bunch of flying together, just to let you know. And then I wanted to mention one thing that Supervisor Hook and I had the honor of going to the California County Council's retirement party for you and got to speak on your behalf. And it was so touching because the people in that room, Kit is known far and wide for all kinds of reasons, the least of which is her legal acumen, so just a well-rounded, beautiful, and wonderful person. I so thank you for the support for me and for this board. All the best to you, and I'm going to call you with my own volunteer possibilities. Thanks, Kit.
Yeah, I think it's telling that, I'm just finishing up my first year, and I feel like I've known you for forever. And I think it was in a positive sense. And I would echo what's been said, and I think your professional accomplishments and talents and service has just been incredible. But I kind of reminisce of the personal side, and I won't share too much of the details, but I think back, one memory that sticks out was there was an incident where there was a complex, probably legal issues and to the point of criminal issues, and the person who was involved, I think really got to see your human side in that he went from perhaps the jail over there, and to having to get home, getting back, and you were the one from the county that kind of was that liaison. And I remember, I think, the following Monday, we receiving a thank you for kind of your humanity in the midst of this pretty intense situation. So that's the kind of thing I remember, is not only your professionalism but the human side. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate the friendship, and wish you all the best.
Thanks, and I just want to add, so I got to be part of the interview panel that hired you, so I can't believe you're coming and going, and I'm still here. I don't know what that's about, but I also feel like I might have been the toughest customer for you in a way, because I came in with my preconceived ideas from my previous career, that and we were taught clearly that our counsel for federal agencies gave us advice. They gave us advice, and they elucidated the risks, and that it was our job as supervisors in my other job to decide whether we wanted to take on that risk or not. So it was this idea that, no, the lawyers don't give us the final word. The lawyers give us advice, and we get the final word. So you and I had some really fun battles around that. And I think we're both pretty stubborn. I learned a lot, and I enjoyed having those conversations with you. You know the law inside and out. You understand what it means for us as public servants to navigate some of those tricky waters. You gave us really great advice. You you were very careful in your assessments, but advised us if we wanted to be bolder, what that would look like. So, professionally, I just feel incredibly grateful to all the work you did that helped me and this whole county. On a personal level, equally, I love that you and George are part of this community. I look forward to seeing you out in the community after this. Of course, everyone's going to hit you up for your advice and the good work you could continue to provide to the county. But I hope you will take some time to relax and not, you're not going to do that. She's not, is she? So happy retirement. And I want to make sure Allison has a moment to say something as well.
Oh, thank you, Chair Hall. And I had to write some things down because I have appreciated you, Kit, so much, both at a personal and professional level. And you are so smart, you're strong, and you have consistently led by example, which I greatly appreciate. You approach every challenge with thoughtfulness, integrity, and a deep sense of responsibility. And what truly sets Kit apart is what has been mentioned, is how much you deeply care. You care about your colleagues, you care about the community, you care about the mission of public service. You have earned the trust through your actions. You've modeled professionalism in the most difficult situations, and you truly have elevated those around you, which we see in terms of the legacy you've left with your office. Our county is truly stronger because of your leadership, and you definitely have made lasting contributions. And we just want to thank you for your constant availability of those late calls, those early calls, your willingness to step in at any hour to address the challenges at hand to support the organization. We do want to thank George for standing by Kit and supporting her through the challenges and demands of public service. So thank you, George. And having that support at home is essential and has clearly made a difference. So Kit, on behalf of all of the senior executives and the county team here, we really wish you the very best in retirement. And we hope this next chapter is filled with travel, tennis, music, and the joy of a well-earned new pace of life. So thank you.
Okay, before you get to talk, you have to wait.
I know, but I was going to
longer.
say, somebody should tell my husband that we tape the board meetings so he doesn't have to.
That's all right. He's going to have a personal touch to the whole thing. I'm going to open up public comment before we let you talk, Kit. So anybody want to come down and share their stories?
Chair, all members of the Board of Supervisors, good morning. My name is Trevor Koski. I'm the Assistant County Counsel, and I live in District 1. I've watched a lot of public comment over the years. I've never actually given one myself, and I'm genuinely glad that the first one is to recognize Kit, who deserves recognition. There are a lot of things that go into being a good attorney, but I think one of the most important ones is client service. I think sometimes there's a perception out there that the attorneys are representing themselves or their own opinions. That is not the case, and that is never how Kit practiced law. The work was never about her, and it was always about the client. I saw that firsthand. Kit lived that principle for this county. There was never a moment that she was too busy, too sick, too tired, too on vacation, too asleep to take a call, stop what she was doing, and work through an important issue. And she did it all quietly, behind the scenes, without fanfare, because she understood that that's what this job actually requires. Kit set a high bar for herself and the office. I believe the county's better for that dedication, and so are all the people that worked for and with her. Congratulations, Kit. Thank you for your service, commitment, and your example.
Any other public comment? Do we have any callers? It wouldn't be a final board meeting without a caller. No?
There's no callers, Chair.
Okay.
I do want to share that Mr. Coulter was very gracious and came by last week to share his appreciation and wish Kit well in retirement.
All right, then unless there's anyone else, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. Kit, would you like to say a few words?
So as Trevor said, I like to be more behind the scenes than to speak in public, but thank you, Chair Hall and members of the board, for this honor. I find it truly humbling. I had to write something myself for that reason. I was taught by my father that the only reason to be a lawyer was to serve the community. And my mother taught me how to run a successful organization. Both stressed it was never about me, it was always about giving back. Serving Nevada County as your county council has been such a privilege. I look forward to continuing to serve this exceptional, diverse, and cultural community in the future. Each of you, both current and past board members, deserve such recognition for your willingness to serve Nevada County, as well as the other dedicated elected officials and department heads that continue to serve with utmost professionalism and care. Public service has never been easy, and it's getting more difficult and more complicated. It is through our collaboration that we have been so successful. I am very grateful to Allison Lehman for her leadership and her collaborative efforts. She has ensured that county leadership serves this community with integrity, professionalism, and care, while adding a little bit of fun. Because of her efforts, arts and recreation have blossomed, enticing talented people to settle here. It is absolutely the reason that my husband and I chose to come here, and it is the reason that I'm happy now to call this place my home. I am confident that I will leave you in very good hands, not only with Trevor Koski serving as your county counsel, but with a dedicated group of attorneys and staff. If I have done my job well, no one shall really notice that I'm no longer here. I am so grateful to you and the residents of Nevada County for making me feel so welcome and appreciated, to both me and my husband. On behalf of myself and all employees in this county, thank you for setting such an excellent example of leadership and for valuing the services that we provide on your behalf. Our success is a tribute to the efforts of all departments. I feel so fortunate to have served as your county counsel. It's been great working with you and getting to know each of you. It's truly been a privilege, and it's been a lot of fun. Thank you.
All right, let's come on down and do a picture, and George should join us. Okay, unfortunately, we're going to make you keep working through the board meeting. That was so nice. Thank you, George, for coming down, and that's always so nice when the family's there. Okay, we're going to come back to now our consent calendar. Items 2 through 46 minus item 40. And Supervisor Bullock, did you want to make a?
Yeah, I need to recuse myself from, item 5. I own property that I lease to Bright Futures for Youth. I'm going to recuse myself from item 5.
All right. Pull item 3, okay. And then we're pulling item 3 as well? Okay. We're going to be pulling item 3 to be heard at 1:30. Lots of changes here this morning. All right, so we're going to open public comment on the consent agenda. Any public comment? Okay, any callers?
There's no callers, Chair.
All right, closing public comment. And I've already said we're going to pull number 3. We've pulled number 40. Our Supervisor Bullock's recused himself from item 5. So with all that, I'm calling for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved. Second.
Okay, please call the roll.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
And District 1?
Yes, thank you so much. All right, before we go into public comment, I think, Jesse, you wanted to make a statement. I appreciate that so much that you're coming down to do this for us today.
Yes, so good morning, Chair Hall. Good morning, members of the board. I'm here at the request of Chair Hall to give a statement related to the statement that was given by Chair Hall as it relates to a series of concerning violent acts in the community over the past several months. So with that, over the past several months, our community has experienced several deeply troubling acts of violence. I want to acknowledge plainly and directly that we are aware of the public concern, particularly the concern that some of these incidents may be connected to or involve the same group of young adults. My office has been and will continue to be in regular coordination with law enforcement across jurisdictions to review each case carefully. That review is focused on evidence, not speculation, to determine whether a demonstrable pattern exists, whether additional individuals are involved, and whether the law supports further charges. What I can confirm is that felony charges have already been filed in some of these cases, and additional investigations remain active. Where evidence supports accountability, action will be taken. Where it does not, we will not compromise legal standards. I also want the community to know that we are meeting with individuals and families directly affected by this violence. Their voices matter, and transparency matters. Public safety is our priority, but so is due process. Decisions will be driven by facts in the law, not rumor or misinformation. We encourage anyone with relevant information to report it directly to law enforcement so it can be properly evaluated. And finally, I, along with those I work with at the DA's office, are public servants available to speak with anyone who has constructive concerns related to matters within the criminal justice system here in Nevada County. Do not hesitate to reach out to speak with me personally or members of my office with your concerns. And again, I thank you all for your time and happy to take individual requests to the office. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Much appreciated. All right, with that, we're going to open general public comment. Folks know you can address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once. You each will have 3 minutes, at which point the microphone generally gets turned off. So please, welcome.
Hi. Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Isla Coates, and I live at 10190 Corchero Lane, and I'm speaking today on behalf of my family and our neighborhood surrounding Corchero
Can you
Lane.
speak right into the microphone so we can hear you, or we can turn it up maybe?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm nervous. Okay. I'm commenting on the vertical bridge communication tower use permit number PLN 25-0071, currently under review, submitted by Samantha Herman of Assurance Development. They're hoping to put a 180-foot T-Mobile cell tower in the middle of our neighborhood. I want to be really clear. If the conditional use permit is approved, we'll be filing an appeal, which would come before you as our supervisors. So our purpose today is to hopefully prevent any litigation or anything like that. We believe that time and money and community strain can be avoided if the county pauses this process now and directs planning staff to return to the site to evaluate new information that was not disclosed in the original application. CEQA is really clear that when new information arises that could change the environmental analysis or mitigation measures, the county has a duty to reevaluate before approving a project. I live within 200 feet of the property, and I operate a small private school on the property. I have 3 children under the age of 9. I have a private school affidavit on file with California. And I understand that the Planning Commission will soon be reviewing a draft communications tower and facilities ordinance, which proposes a setback of 150% of tower height in residential, commercial, and rural zones. Nevada County's Safe Tech public comment suggests setbacks of 500 to 1,000 feet. This places our situation in a gray area as this application has been deemed complete and is currently in review. Beyond setback concerns, the proposed tower raises public safety and emergency access issues. There's only one road providing ingress and egress from our property. If the tower were to fail, fall, or require emergency repair, that road would become obstructed, leaving no safe evacuation route for my family, my students, and my neighbors. This is not about stopping wireless service or making health claims. It's about safety, and we encourage you to look at this more closely before it proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bob Thorpe. I'm a neighbor concerning the cell tower. I would like to address the consultation and cultural resources for the local tribes, which are governed by CEQA and AB 52. I understand the county sent notice to local tribes regarding the project. Was there acknowledgement that these letters were received, and are they aware of the project? The obligation is not merely to send notice, but to ensure that tribes have a real opportunity to engage when a project may affect tribal cultural resources. The proposed site lies along Highway 20, adjacent to a known historical indigenous travel corridor. These corridors are recognized under CEQA and as potential tribal resources, even when no physical artifacts have been yet identified. I am also aware that Highway 20 is eligible for designation as a scenic byway. CEQA requires analysis of impacts on scenic byways and eligible scenic routes, public view sheds, line of sight, and designated historic trails. Before approving this project, the county must answer a critical question. Does placing a 180-foot industrial structure here permanently jeopardize Highway 20's scenic eligibility and degrade the visual experience of those who use it? I respectfully request that the county reissue notice, confirm receipt of these notices, allow consultation to occur, and incorporate tribal and scenic findings into the environmental review. Personally, the windows of our main living spaces, kitchen, living room, bedrooms, and even the bathroom, will all face the proposed tower. Day and night, we will see and hear the visual and sound contamination coming from the tower and its equipment. The average height of the surrounding forest is approximately 120 feet. The cell tower will be 180 feet tall, 60 feet above tree level. And the visual and sound effects aren't the least of the problems. U.S. Forest Service flight patterns are often directly over our combined properties. Oftentimes, due to low cloud cover, they must come in close to treetop level. This is from their pilots. The landing zone is also utilized by CHP and CalStar. And don't forget about the clear visual that bicyclists, hikers, and equestrians will be subjected to by the tower on the Pioneer Trail. The statement least intrusive is anything but. Locating it in a rural community of 14 homes impacts and threatens us all. As satellite technology progresses, cell towers will become obsolete, and their carcasses will be a blight on the land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ann Thorpe. My property is on the southern border of the proposed cell site. Cruchero Lane is a narrow, unpaved, one-way in and out road, mountain road. Every resident depends on it for evacuation, emergency response, and daily access. The application asks for an exemption to certain fuel clearance requirements on this road that the road currently does not have. The easements serving this road will not design or approved for commercial or industrial use, heavy construction equipment, or long-term service access for a 180-foot tower. Under CEQA, the county must evaluate whether a project obstructs emergency access, conflicts with existing easement limitations, creates hazards in evacuation-constrained areas, introduces secondary infrastructure changes such as road widening or paving. A critical concern for our neighborhood is that approving this project would require improvements including paving and widening, which we want to be clear, neighbors do not want. Small children play here. Vehicle speeds are slow. Paving and widening would fundamentally change the character and safety of our neighborhood. CEQA requires analysis of reasonably foreseeable secondary impacts, and these impacts cannot be deferred or assumed away. Next, the applicant has stated that this tower is necessary to fill a service gap so that the emergency personnel can communicate in this area. Respectfully, that claim does not reflect the reality of those of us who reside here. Everyone who lives on the Cruchero Lane knows that when cellular service drops, which can occur for several miles, our phones automatically switch to SOS-only mode, allowing emergency calls to be made even within carrier service. The tower is not needed to protect residents or first responders who regularly work in this area. Instead, the improved coverage would primarily benefit pass-through traffic and tourists traveling Highway 20, not the residents who bear the permanent safety, access, wildfire, and environmental risk. Approving a project that increases risk to residents based on overstated public safety benefits is not sound planning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Borad. My property borders the east side of the proposed cell tower site. We have owned this property and paid taxes on it for 57 years. 4 generations have loved this land, the beauty of the trees, the wildlife, the serenity of the forest. Ag 30 zoning gave us the reassurance that none of that would change. This will all change if a cell tower is erected next door. It will become an ugly industrial site. I ask, where are our property rights? This morning I'd like to address the subject of geotechnical stability and wildfire risk. After the application was submitted, it came to light that the proposed site contains a buried slash pit, approximately 15 feet wide and 75 to 100 feet long. This was not disclosed in the original application. I saw the pit being dug and covered. Under CEQA, newly discovered information indicating unstable soils, uncompacted fill, increased hazard potential requires further environmental review. Placing a 180-foot structure on or near buried organic debris raises foreseeable concerns about differential settling, structural failure, fire ignition, and road blockage. In a very high fire hazard severity zone, these risks must be fully evaluated before approval. Children's Health Defense telecommunications attorney W. Scott McCullough linked 4 major fires to telecommunications equipment within the last 15 years in Southern California alone, costing well over $6 billion in damage. One of the fires took the lives of 3 people trying to escape. The proposed tower facility on Corchero Lane will likely result in a substantial increase in wildfire risks and severity of wildfire impacts through this area. Increased potential risk for injury and loss of life from wildfires. Increased populations of people that would impair an evacuation from areas susceptible to wildfire and create a substantial increase in the susceptibility to the after effects of wildfire. Increased potential for exposure to landslides, flooding, mudslides, etc. Please choose a less intrusive site. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy Baker. I live across the highway from the proposed cell tower site on the side with the historic Pioneer Trail. I want to speak plainly about the lease underlying this project. The land for this project is owned by Manuel Corchero, a man in his mid to late 80s who has lived on this land for decades. When we spoke with him directly about this last week, he himself appears to have little understanding of what compensation is being paid him, what the lease terms are, or what long-term obligations were agreed to. Yet the surrounding neighborhood is being asked to absorb permanent consequences, environmental, safety, and property related without transparency or true consent. And as Cheryl actually pointed out, if there's more fire danger because of these things, what do you think is going to happen to our fire insurance, which is already ridiculous? Our neighborhood is not becoming safer, but just the opposite, and our property values will all decrease because of this. This is not an accusation against Mr. Corchero, and it is not an allegation of wrongdoing by any party. However, California law recognizes that older adults can be vulnerable to undue influence in complex, technical transactions involving sophisticated corporate actors. At a minimum, the county should be asking, was the full scope of impacts disclosed to him? Were access and safety consequences clearly explained? Is the public now bearing the burden of a private agreement made without consent or full awareness? Public oversight exists for exactly this reason. Progress built on speed, opacity, and imbalance of power is not sound planning, and not something this board should feel compelled to rush. In addition, CEQA requires the county to evaluate feasible alternatives that reduce impacts, even if the applicant prefers another site. Alternatives such as the White Cloud Equipment Yard and the Washington Ridge appear to reduce wildfire risk, improve access, and minimize residential impacts, yet they have not been adequately evaluated. Only 3 other sites were considered, despite the fact that there are literally hundreds of alternatives that could provide better coverage with fewer impacts to people that actually live here. We can imagine that finding alternative sites on state or federal land might be more difficult and more expensive than taking advantage of an elderly man and disrupting a nice, quiet, rural, scenic neighborhood. We get that, but it shouldn't be something that this county condones or accepts as okay. Supervisor Bullock, we are asking just one thing. Please direct planning staff to return to the site, review the new information, and complete a SEQA-compliant evaluation before this CUP proceeds. Doing so now protects residents, tribal...
Thank you for your time. Okay, go ahead.
Just protects residents, tribal interests, scenic resources, and county itself, and we thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
My name is Susan Cooper Hinnell, and I live on Valencia, which is just next to Corchero. And I just want to say that the residents of Valencia, a larger community, are not in favor of the cell tower either. And there has been indigenous findings on this Valencia road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hall, Supervisors Hook, Swartout, Hardy, and Tucker. My name is Tom Durkin. I'm a resident of District 4. I do not have a legal address. I am the director of the No Place to Go project, which is a new nonprofit in Nevada County, but it's the same old project that we've been working on for years. I want to go on record saying that we do support the alternative RV housing ordinance. We have amendments and want to discuss each of them with you individually in the coming weeks. Also want to give our thanks to County Counsel Kit Elliott for the work she's done working with us, helping explain the law. And we may not always agree, but we always came to common agreements to agree to disagree sometimes. Opponents of the ordinance have suggested an RV TARC as a substitute for the ordinance. That's a non-starter for us. We support the ordinance with or without amendments. We do support an RV park as an addition to the ordinance and hope to discuss that with you next year, along with a safe camp, which I know you are planning to look at as well. Finally, I want to mention that this Friday, December 19th, we will be commemorating the longest night. It's a national celebration of the people who died as a result of homelessness. And that includes 3 close friends of mine who were homeless at times, Monty Gazaza, Vadi Zaisef, and my own assistant, Diana Hall, who died recently of cancer. So we would like you to be aware that we are at the Resource Commons Center. I'm a member of the leadership cohort of the Spirit Center, sir, and we will be having a 500 votive candle celebration on the evening of the 19th. These are electric candles, no fire danger. And if the weather's good, they will be outside between Hospitality House and the Commons Center. If the weather's bad, they will be in the center. So I want to make you aware that everybody in this county counts, and homelessness destroys people's lives. And I hope, some of you may be able to attend the ceremony. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Any other public comment? Any callers?
There's no callers, Chair.
Okay. All right, then we're going to close public comment. Thank you, everyone, for coming down today. Appreciate that. All right, we're going to continue on our agenda. We're going to resource as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors. Introducing the consent calendar, items 47 and 48. If there's any public comment on those items, please come forward now. Opening public comment for that. Any callers?
There's no callers, Chair.
All right, I'm going to close public comment on the NCSD consent items. Anyone want to pull an item on the board? No? Okay, then I'm calling for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Great, thank you. Call the roll, please.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
and District 1.
Yes. And then general public comment for NCSD. Any public comment in general? Any callers?
No callers, Chair.
All right. Closing public comment and adjourning as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors and reconvening as the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. All right. We're on to department head matter. Number 49, the Alliance for Workforce Development presentation. And Rachel, are you? Oh. Okay, we can, that was supposed to be at 10. Okay, we're a little bit early. Yeah. Let's see.
Chair
Well,
Hall, do you
let's
want to take a 5-minute break,
Yeah.
and then we could reevaluate if we can move something up?
Yep, let's
Okay.
take a break. Thank you. Okay, we're back for a moment. What we're going to do is we're going to postpone just for a little bit our workforce item because our presenter is not yet here. We're going to go into closed session now instead of lunch. So, Kit, could you read us out, please?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Hall. Again, I had read previously, but this is related to a closed session regarding our real property negotiations. The negotiator will be Ryan Groover for the county. The items under negotiation are related to the property located at 135 East Empire Street in Grass Valley, California. The negotiator for the property is Agent Emily Ravenis.
All right, thank you. And any public comment on that item? Closing public comment? All right, we'll go into closed session and be back out in 15 or 20 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're back. Hello? Hello? Thank you. We're back from break. Kit, would you please read us out?
Yes, and just to be sort of more precise, so information was provided to the board. The same closed session is related to consent item number 3 that was pulled. The information was provided that the price would be $20,000 above what is listed in the agenda. And the board can now take an action on number 3 with that information if you want to go ahead and do an amended motion.
Okay, let's have Brian just come up and explain in a little more detail what this item is. So we're on item number 3, which was pulled earlier today.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Ryan Groover, your Health and Human Services Agency Director. This property is part of a home key award that the county received to develop permanent supportive housing in the community due to the dynamic real estate market and the complicated grant that's at play here. There's a last minute change to the amount that we're asking the board to amend the purchase price up from $585,000 to $605,000, and then there's an additional up to $10,000 of closing costs included there. So the total board item goes up to $615,000, so a $20,000 increase based on the dynamism of the current market and the negotiations.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions? Any public comment? Opening public comment? Closing public comment? Can I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. District 5?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
And District 1? Did I get everybody on?
Forgot this
Oh,
was-
sorry.
District 4.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3? Yes. And District 1?
Yes. All right, thank you for that. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Kit. And we can now get back to our regular scheduled program. And please come up. Kristen, is it? Kristen Plant? You're going to give us a presentation on the Alliance for Workforce Development.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kristen Plant. I'm your interim social services director, and I'm pleased to introduce our partners with the Alliance for Workforce Development this morning. James Cox and Nancy Settle are here to share with you their annual report.
Good morning, Nevada County Board of Supervisors. My name is James Cox, Business Services Manager for a 6-county region, and we'll be co-presenting today with Nancy Settle, Workforce Specialist in our Truckee Center. Well, the purpose of our visit today is to update the board on our program year 24-25 activities at the Alliance for Workforce Development Nevada County One-Stops in Grass Valley and Truckee. AFWD is Nevada County's America's Job Center of California WIOA service provider. Our mission is to provide businesses and workers a common point of access for employment, recruiting, training, consultation, and other workforce services. AFWD provides federal and state Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act programs to adults, youth, dislocated workers, and veterans. Our WIOA services also provide crucial recruiting, upskilling, and workforce investment resources to Nevada County businesses. Our mission is to provide workforce development and human resource services, and we are dedicated to enhancing the quality of life throughout our communities by assisting businesses, organizations, and job seekers with their pathways to success. We have 2 locations in Nevada County. One is here in they're in Grass Valley at 988 McCourtney Road. Those are the pictures above on this location slide. Is the outside of the Brighton Greens Resource Center, and inside our resource lab where we have computers and resources available for job seekers and businesses.
And hello, the bottom two pictures are of our Truckee location. That the outside, we are co-located with the Truckee Tech Center. So library patrons can come and use the computers, or guests. And also we help with our job seekers, and people can come and work on their resumes, things like that. So that's our center in Truckee.
Okay, we offer business services, including recruitment assistance, HR consultation services, development, growth, referrals to partner organizations for any business need, and subsidized training opportunities to businesses, including OJT, work experience, temporary job creation, and apprenticeships.
Our job seeker services include resumes, cover letters. They can use their computer lab. We offer online workshops, and we refer to jobs, and we can also do assessments to gauge a job seeker skill to help them take that to their prospective employer, such as typing tests and Microsoft Office, things like that. We can offer supportive services, if they need work attire or tools. We also can assist with classroom training. So if they need to train in any particular field, we do truck drivers, we do welding, we do nurses, a lot of different things. And we have our work-based learning programs, our OJTs, work experience, temporary job creations, and apprenticeships for our job seekers. Oops.
There we go. Alrighty, so to review unemployment figures in the 24-25 year, Nevada County started out under the state average at 4.5% in July of 24. The state was at 5.8%, and the nation was at 4.5%. Come June of 25, a slight uptick in Nevada County to 5.0%. The state was at 5.3%, and the nation was at 4.4%. Okay, now the fun stuff. This covers the WIOA services by the numbers for Nevada County. In 24-25, we were able to serve 4,262 individuals with workforce services in our Nevada County offices. We offered 68 workshops to individuals. Those are things like resume building, interview practice, and job search skills. The total Nevada County businesses served in the 24-25 program year were 200, and the total of services provided to those businesses totaled 1,369. In total, we were able to spend training funding in the amount of $62,000, $709, excuse me, on the job trainings, classroom trainings, and work experience. In total, we were able to serve 28 adult and dislocated workers with training assistance fund, 8 youth clients, and provided 10 on-the-job trainings to Nevada County employers.
The next slide is Nevada clients placed by sector. Our top, you can see in the graph there, the top sectors are accommodations, which can be like hospitality, hotels, things like that, healthcare, and manufacturing. The next one is clients in training programs. A very similar graph here. We've got transportation and truck driving, healthcare and ally health, and RN LBN program. And the business sectors, top one being healthcare and manufacturing, and then retail for our businesses served.
I really like this graph. Last year, as a word cloud, we decided to join the 21st century and we have a bubble cloud now. I love this graph because it represents, of course, the bigger the bubble, the higher the frequency of services provided to these businesses. As you can see here, our top businesses included Golding Empire, Nursing and Rehab, Nevada County, and Sierra Nevada Memorial Hospital. And the funnest slide of them all.
A lot of these slides are from Truckee. I want to first of all go to our clients. The first one on top, he came into our workspace in Truckee and needed some help revising his resume and, getting ready for, to apply for jobs. He successfully got a position and into the retail market. And then if you go down, the young lady on the bottom there, she has never had a job before. She came into our workspace consistently to work on her skills and work on, her resume. She had a little volunteer work that she could put on her resume. We, got her ready, and she applied to many jobs. We practiced interviews, and she ended up getting her very first job in the grocery industry. Our other client there also, came into our center. The one in the green apron, she ended up with a job in, retail, not retail, in a coffee shop. And she also had, assistance with, job, her resume and making sure it shined so she could get a job. And then we're going to move back up to the top. In the middle, right next to, on the left of our client there, we had Grateful Gardens networking mixer in Truckee. This was Grateful Gardens is a landscape company, but they're pretty smart because can't landscape in the snow. So in the winter, they do snow removal. So they're a year-round company. And then to the far right, this is us setting up for the Truckee Job Fair in the spring. That's also run in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce. So we were getting ready for that. And then the slide right below it is Mountain Brew. This is the ribbon cutting for their opening in Truckee, and it was a great success.
These ribbon cuttings are wonderful. We always like to be there to celebrate the new businesses as they're opening. This is one of many that we attended throughout the year. We can't fit too many pictures on this slide, so we highlighted the best of it all. On the top left there, you'll see our collaboration with Sierra College at our Meet Your Match job fair. It was put on in April. It was a super successful event with over 200 job seekers in attendance and several dozen employers. On the bottom left was us here last year celebrating Supervisor Schofield and his retirement. And then on the middle, that building that's not quite built yet, that was a trip that we collaborated with the Nevada County Contractors Association to bring them up to Paradise, California, to see how the Valley Contractors Workforce Foundation is supporting young apprentices learning the trades and going into trades roles. That was a wonderful trip to gain some perspective on an exciting program that's having some wonderful success to hopefully trickle down into Nevada County and other surrounding areas. Okay, and that middle trip with Marianne and Gil there was the tour of Nevada County that we attend each year. It's a wonderful exposition event that allows us to kind of gain a great community perspective along with the ERC. In addition, we're partnering with the ERC to put on a youth Nevada County tour for career exploration, and Sierra College's mechatronics program will be joining us this time. Super exciting. Wonderful. Next slide. Is that the end of the slideshow? That's it. Okay. All right, looking ahead. Throughout the year, we were also able to partner with Sierra College in collaboration to put on the Family Food Fest. It It was a wonderful event they put on. In total, we were able to raise over $5,000 for students in need, and the Rockland Sierra College Foundation matched that, and that helped over 150 students. It was awesome. We are planning our next Meet Your Match job fair for April of next year. We know it's going to be bigger and better. Let's see, we've assisted Golden Empire and continue to assist them with their CNA cohorts at Golden Empire, and upcoming collaboration with the Sierra College Foundation and Soar Optimus International of the Sierra Foothills. In the spring, we'll be putting on a celebration for the Day of Women. We're expecting will help a lot of college students in need. Finally, we're starting to work with the adult ed of Nevada County to help expand our support to ELL populations throughout our county. We have a wonderful grant going on to support that population. And finally, we're partnering with DOR and EDD, Department of Rehab and Employment Development Department, as well as the County Social Services. That continuing collaboration has us co-located in the Brighton Green Center, working very well and in close partnership with one another. We would like to thank the board for allowing us the opportunity to present today, and especially to Supervisor Swarthout for serving on our NORTEC board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great to see pictures of some of those successes. Thank you for that. I'm going to turn it to my colleagues for questions, comments. I'll start with you, Lisa.
No questions. Thank you for the hard work, and boiling it down into 11 slides is just scratches the surface of the work that I know that you do, and look forward to the forward, progress next year. My first NORTEC meeting, I think, was January, February of this year, and walked in and they said what the budget was and that it was all federally funded, and then the last comment was, we're not sure if we'll be here next year because of the funding. So hopefully things will stabilize and will continue to be federally funded, as well as state funded for some of the programs, because the work that you do is really important. I just had a call from a young man that I used to work with, and who was looking for career change. And I immediately told him to reach out to workforce development, and just seeing the numbers that you've shown with how many people you've helped in the community is really valuable. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. No, thank you for the presentation. I mean, I think it says a lot about Nevada County when you look at the numbers.
Yeah.
That says you're making a difference in our community, and I think that's what's important, and we have to strive to keep building that. So when you're meeting those higher averages than the state, kudos, because we are in a community that has not a lot of, we just don't have a lot of industry here. So like finding folks that can work, hospital is huge, having our CNA program. I talked to a little gal that's doing that now. She just got certified. And
oh, wonderful.
Yeah, no, and it's fantastic. And I think there's just so many little things, and that's part of living in a rural community. And so if we find jobs that help people feel sustainable and good about themselves, I think that's our best move forward. So I really appreciate the work you guys are doing.
Thank you.
And I really love that we're working on our kids, our programs coming out of school, because not all kids are ready to go off to college. That's what I love about our CTE program. I'd love to see you guys engaged in some of that information as we work with our kids in school, because I think there's a lot of jobs out there that people don't even know that are available. So those trainings are going to be important, and I think we've got a community of employers that are excited about this program as well, because it kind of opens a door ahead of what they need to find out. And so kudos to you guys. I appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for all the pictures of Truckee. It was refreshing to see all the activity up there. I don't have any questions, really. Maybe just one. There was a grant for youth workforce development that came out through Bright Futures for Youth. Is that connected in any way to your programs? Or maybe they cross paths somewhere?
I need to turn this on, Executive Director with Alliance for Workforce Development. So we didn't receive that grant, but we are partnering with Bright Futures for Youth with it, and we actually have been coordinating with them quite a bit lately to kind of make sure maybe we have someone on staff that's at their facility, and how we can just work closer together, especially since they serve the young adults just like we do.
Yeah, I think it had some metrics in there to try and develop workforce in those like areas where it's appropriate for that group or age of kids to get involved. And I think one of them that comes to mind is the summer camps in Truckee. There's all these summer camps, and they had a real need for that type of workforce. Anyway, just wanted to check and see how it was going, and that was a big one.
So Supervisor Bullock, just for clarification, because we did not receive that grant, and you are right, many of our nonprofits really were dependent on that workforce funding to fund positions, including Bright Futures and some of our parks and recs. So although we didn't receive that funding, I'm hearing from staff that we did reapply for new funding that's coming available in, we should hear it in January if we receive it or not.
Okay, cool. Thanks. That was all my only question. Keep up the great work. I'm always curious how many people go in there because I drive past your facility in Truckee all the time, but it doesn't have a lot of visibility. So I'm always wondering if people are in there. But thanks for the pictures and letting us know how it's going.
Yeah, we're getting more and more. Like when I first started, it was like, just one or two, and now we get consistent people every day at least. So yeah, 5 or 6 or more. Yeah, so we do get people. People are spreading it's word of mouth, and more and more people are like, hey, somebody told me to come here. So it is expanding. Yeah.
And that goes to show all the work you've done in the community to make it known that we're up there. We are here. We are eager to serve. As a call to action to our community, please come see us. We're cool.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for all your work that you do, and I see others in the room here that are likewise working in this realm. I've shared this story before. My first real job out of college was with Golden Sierra Job Training Agency, kind of the precursor, formerly known as. I love to see here, that was almost 30 years ago now, as I've, over the years, and even now, I'll see people who were clients back then, and I was particularly involved with the youth program, and now, decades later, I see them in leadership positions, in, fire agencies and so on. So it's really cool to see kind of the fruits of your labor and, the work and the results years later. So keep up the good work, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's open public comment, see if there's any public comment in the room. See Tom coming down.
Thank you. Tom Durkin, resident District 4. As an advocate for homeless people, the two things they need are housing and jobs. You can't pay for housing if you don't have a job. And what happens when somebody gets a job, you can see a monumental shift in their attitude and their self-respect and their dignity. So really want to encourage you in helping unhoused people, people who are housing ready. They need a job to get a house. And they're both very hard to get because we have high rents and low wages. So thank you so much for your work, and we support you fully. Thank you so much.
And we are
Thank
closely
you.
partnered with the food banks and the shelters and all the communities we serve. That's a priority population, absolutely.
Thanks, Tom.
Good morning. Gil Matthew, Executive Director of the Economic Resource Council. Full disclosure, I am on the AFWD Board of Directors. But even if I wasn't, I have to tell you, when we talk about ERC as small but mighty, part of that mighty comes from AFWD. We work very closely with them. So when I'm on the street, down on the street, and talking to businesses, I'm always talking about AFWD and the OJT program that they do. So I just want to publicly thank you guys for being partners with the Economic Resource Council. Thank you very kindly.
Thanks, Gil.
Thank you, Gil.
Any callers?
There's no callers, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Let's see. We think that's all. Unless there's any more questions, I will accept a motion and a second to accept the presentation.
So moved.
Second.
Voice vote, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for all your good work and for reporting back to us your successes. And yeah, let's keep on going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Chair Hall, we continue to be a little bit ahead of schedule. So our next timed item is at 10:45, so I recommend doing board announcements.
Yep, I was thinking that too. Are people ready for that? I'm not either, are you? Okay, okay, let's do it, and if some of us have to skip, we can. All right, we're going into board announcements while we're waiting for the next item.
Okay. My board announcements focus on last week's stakeholder outreach meetings, which were great. We had, I think the final count was 37 meetings in 40 hours. So we started 7:30 on Monday morning, concluded at 5:15 on Friday night. Met with 37 stakeholders in the Eastern County area, and some of them in the Greater County area. It was pretty inspirational to see what these organizations are doing throughout the course of the year, and also what challenges they're facing. We talked a lot about workforce housing, supportive transitional housing. We talked about the state and federal budgets affecting some of our organizations. Also talked a lot about land use and some of the things coming up in 2026. What's interesting is if you sit down with, I found 37 or so stakeholders in the county, you start connecting stories between them that they may have never heard or talked about. So some people will comment on multiple objects, and you realize that they may not be communicating at the level that allows them to understand what everybody's doing. So I'd encourage anybody who has the time to do that. I found it kind of insightful and inspirational, and I'm looking forward to kind of rolling up and aggregating all of that Eastern County information and bringing it forward to everybody on the board for a strategic workshop, so you can kind of understand what's going on in Eastern County and how it may relate to some of our Western County partners and our Western County services, nonprofit communities, and government agencies. That's it for me. Yeah, went to CSAC. That's another week of work there. CSAC was awesome. I actually learned more at this CSAC than ever before, and I think it was just kind of an attitude shift of being present in the meetings, went to every workshop I could possibly go to, talked to everybody. Obviously, there's state budget shortfalls and state and federal programmatic shortfalls that are going to bring additional demands to county resources that really concern me. I think we're going to have time to talk about that at our workshop, but some of the shortfall at the state and federal level definitely going to place a burden on our general fund and some of our programmatic funding, particularly Medi-Cal changes, and maybe, the number that I heard throughout was 3.1 to 3.2 million Americans are going to lose coverage, which falls back to the county as the organization to support that population, and we're going to have to kind of double or triple our efforts to sign people up, understand the workforce requirements, help them get employment, and help them make the next step to taking care of their families. But I can see it's going to be an increasingly difficult year. Maybe at the end of 2026 and the beginning of 27, because those changes from HR1 cascade through those years. So they don't necessarily come on at one particular stop time. They're 26, 27, and 28. So I think we do have time to prepare and time to talk about it, but I think we're going to have some difficult decisions to talk about our funding availability and our program to support Nevada County as a direct result of HR1.
When I was looking at this, I realized it's been a month since we met. So lots of meetings and holidays thrown in there as well. So the Monday before Thanksgiving, I attended the Wildland Firefighter fundraising dinner event at the Golden Era, which is myself and Supervisor Hook and our sheriff and our district attorney. We were all there serving appetizers to the crowd, and they're raising money for the families of people who are affected by any sort of tragedy having to do with wildfire. And thank you to the Golden Era. They sponsor that and put it on every year, and it's a really nice event. I had my quarterly update meeting with the Community Development Department, got a good overview with what's going on there, lots of interesting projects. Also attended last week the Capital Projects Ad Hoc Committee, and we're going to hear some more about that, I think, this afternoon with our bonding discussion about what we had spoken about at that meeting. I attended the Youth Commission, where they honored Chair Hall for her involvement. This year is the Year of the Youth, and I have to say that is a really impressive group of kids. Yesterday morning, I was on the radio with Allison and Lori Hennessy talking about the animal shelter, and one of our youth commissioners was there. And I didn't listen to the last 15 minutes when he was speaking because I had another meeting, but what a great kid, super smart, and we were commenting that he has a great radio voice. And I think when you say that to kids, they don't get it because they don't listen to the radio anymore. So, but he was a delight. I also did my tour with the animal shelter a couple weeks ago, and kudos to the county staff that's taken that over and is, working on making it as comfortable as possible for the facility that we have, but really looking forward to building a new shelter because it's definitely needed. Also had our ad hoc housing committee meeting last week. I attended the town hall with our Assemblywoman, Heather Hadwick. She is great. She showed up, she spoke to us for almost an hour and a half. There was only maybe 10 people there, but people asked really good questions, and she was very transparent in how she answered questions, and I was just really impressed with the things that she's working on. And her understanding of the rural communities is just, it's fantastic. She knows exactly what we're going through. She came from county government. She worked for sheriff's office and she worked for OES. So she really understands the challenges that we have, and she's going to continue to do more things. And she's always looking for opportunities to come here. So if we're working on a project or we have an event, her staff is really open if she's available that she will come and speak with us. I attended the airport commission meeting last week, found out that our airport director is leaving at the end of the year, so stay tuned. I'm sure we're going to be figuring out how we're going to fill that position. And then I also mentioned that I was on the radio yesterday talking about the animal shelter and just animal welfare in general, and kudos to our sheriff's office staff, the animal control staff, the shelter staff, and the HEART program, who had just a really heartbreaking experience a couple weeks ago with the rescue of over 200 animals that were in dire condition. So they handled it really well. I was talking to Lori Hennessy on the phone last week, and I hear this something in the background, and she shows me on her phone she has a baby goat in her office. That's how dedicated our animals, our people who tend to the animals are. And he was very cute, and I believe he's looking for a home, so if anybody's interested in adopting a baby goat. Gil, I think that, oh wait, you live in the city of Grass Valley, you can't have hooved animals, but yeah, we'll find a home. We'll find a home for the goat. So thank you to all the people who've kind of helped with that project, because a lot of people in the community have stepped up to help foster some of the livestock that's coming out of there. So that's it.
Well, I'm not very organized, I got to say. I apologize for that. But I'm going to highlight just a few things. One, Golden Era, that was a great event at the Wildland Firefighters. They've been doing that for a while now, and so much generosity that comes from the people that have donated for the raffle and stuff. And then I tell you, Antonio and the ham stand just do an incredible job of providing snacks for everybody. So, and they always do that. Is great. And anyway, that was just a really fun event. So a few other things. LAFCO meeting we went to, looked at and I didn't write it all down to remember all this, so I'm going to say, but we have a new LAFCO director starting right after the first of the year, so stay tuned. Let's see, I had a Mountain Counties Water meeting. We did our strategic planning and where we're headed for the next year. We're working on that. Very interesting. We've had a really constructive year, I think, and a really informational year, especially with some of our legislative visits and getting people out on the ground to see about water and what our watershed does here. So really looking forward to where we move in that. I had my my JPA meeting for emergency services. That was a good meeting. There's a lot going on all around. Luckily, Nevada County is kind of quiet with our contract's going to be coming up pretty soon. But there's a lot of things going on. Oroville Hospital, they're in a bit of a pickle right now. They are just filed for Chapter 11. And we just lost Glenn County, so there's a lot of conversation going on how that's going to work, especially with the delivery of ambulance services. Let's see. Regional Housing Authority was pretty simple little meeting. It was great to just meet for Christmas, and we had to have there was a couple things that needed to be passed so we could move forward. And we're going to see some other things on our agenda later about moving Lakeview into our area. And so that's a little thing with HUD, though. We had to little hold up on some of the language, so you'll be seeing that again later. RCRC had a really good meeting. It was busy. We had a guest speaker there, Dr. Murray, and he presented on fire and EMS capacity, which kind of hits a lot about what all of our rural counties are doing. It was very interesting. There was a lot of conversation about things that we thought were not in the study, and he took notes, and it was interesting to do. And if everybody's interested, I have a copy of that because it's pretty lengthy. But I mean, the challenge is we're limited, and with the lack of volunteerism that we have anymore, and those kinds of things, that there's just a lot of things in jeopardy when it comes to EMS. But it was really good. It was a very good speaker. And let's see, and I think the other thing I've been working on I was asked to be on the NCTC PAC that's going to look at how we redevelop and revision transit in Western Nevada County. Looking forward to really work on that project. They had their first meeting. There'll be some surveys that go out. I think that there's a lot to go on. I think we're going to have a ribbon cutting at some point because the Tinloy Station is going to go live, which I think was interesting. So I hope we don't ever have to charge all 3 buses at the same time, because that could be interesting. You might say dim lights in Grass Valley. But really excited to have that part move forward. I think that's been a long time coming. And I've done 3 fire consolidation town halls so far. Lisa's been great, was with me at Lake Wildwood. I think we had some really great conversations. We have one more coming up on this Thursday. We'll be going to another one in Rough and Ready, so if folks are interested to come out and learn about how that process is gonna fall through. Much appreciation for the county and the work that we've done. I think that's important, and just the voice that this community has to pay for fire. And I think that was really well accepted in the last couple of meetings, so that was good. Oh, yeah, I do. So I was elected to the executive committee for RCRC. Yeah. So really looking forward to that. I think it's going to be interesting. It's a 2-year appointment, and looking forward to working with the new chair and vice chair and all the groups of the counties, because it's really important the work we do through rural counties and getting the messaging out, because it's not a one-size-fits-all in rural counties. And it's always funny when you think of rural, because it's not necessarily here in the mountains. Some of the rural counties are right down in some of the farming land that we see. So it's fun to work with all of them, and similar but different issues, and how we can make that work. Because again, not a one-size-fits-all even in a regional rural community. And then I was asked to sit in on the employee survey workshop, and that was really interesting. It was great to see the results of the survey and be able to listen to the employees and some of their input for that day and things that they would like to work on. So here you have a survey. Now, where do you focus your energies? And I thought that was really interesting. And there was a nice little turnout here from, how do you say that, Polko? Polko, yeah. Anyway, it was really interesting. And I was rather impressed that we have some very high numbers when you look at national and state levels for working in Nevada County. And I think that says a lot about the directions that we're going. So actually, at first I thought, really, how am I going to fit this in? And I was so glad I didn't miss it, because it was actually an opportunity to sit with a vast number of employees and met some that I didn't know, some that I did know, and really get to listen to some of their thoughts. And I thought that was really, it was very useful for me, especially when we move forward and look at different things. And the questions that come, that some are not county things, that is from your unions, right? That some of the stuff that has to be fixed, you have to ask the questions. So anyway, very impressed with that, and that's enough for today. Thank you.
Yeah, most of the stuff's already been highlighted. We haven't had as many meetings with the holidays, but it feels like it's even busier. So I won't repeat most of that. Did do my first CSAC, which was very informative. The animal shelter tour, soon I did yesterday, was very informative. But yeah, I think most of it's been highlighted, although in my district, I'm trying to think if it's been since our last meeting, Dog Bar Bridge has opened up now. So that was kind of the getting near the finish line of a big project down there. So that's open, still traffic controls as they're finishing up and demolishing the old bridge. But anyways, that's kind of the big news in my district. So I'll leave it at that.
Allison, do you want to report?
Sure, just a couple updates. A lot of staff time to inform the board workshop, so working on the feedback we received from all of you in terms of those presentations. And just a reminder to the public, it is open to the public. The workshop, strategic workshop for the board of supervisors will be on January 28th through 30th. We had our year end of our CEO Advisory Council, and thank you, Chair Hall, for attending. Highlighted the work that they've done in the past year. Some of the work you never see behind the scenes. They actually give feedback on board presentations that come to you in advance. They give recommendations on programs. They're a group of diverse employees at all levels of the organization that's really like a think tank to bring issues to use as a sounding board. We did roll out the employee survey. We were quite pleased with how we continue to trend. We are benchmarked higher than 2,000 organizations across the country, and really appreciate the supervisors who attended and engaged with our employees. They really, really enjoyed that, so thank you for that. Met with Chief Estes. As we know, he is retiring. His retirement party is next Thursday. I know all of you are invited. Also, in that meeting, met with Chief Hudson, where we'll continue with our monthly meetings in terms of service coordination between CAL FIRE and the county. Met with Truckee town council members and with the city manager, with Supervisor Bullock. Really a strong focus on how do we better coordinate around our housing programs in Eastern County to leverage our limited resources, and then also being very reflective in terms of how we've rolled out homeless services for our vulnerable population in Eastern County. KNCO was a blast. I'm telling Lisa and Tom Fitzsimmons, I'm putting it on public record right now, they need to have their own show. The banter back and forth is highly entertaining. And then also recognizing the student that Lisa referred to, and his name is Luca Riccardi, and he's a senior at Nevada Union, and very impressive. He did great. And it's a new segment at the end of our monthly show. The youth commissioner will change each month, and they read out the county news. And so thank you for Taylor Wolf, our PIO, who's training them, and then they get to put that training in action, and it's a whole lot of fun. Sammy's Friends. So we have new employees to our county team who were working with Sammy's Friends, and now they are county employees running our shelter. I had the opportunity to go out and meet with them. I am highly impressed, not only with their dedication to the facility, the animals, but really how we're going to enhance those services. And really want to echo the thoughts of Supervisor Swarthout in terms of the recent animal seizure. Our sheriff's office, our animal control, and our heart volunteers really leaned into the biggest seizure that we've had in Nevada County history. And so this is just the beginning. We have a long ways to go to make sure that all those animals are well taken care of and find homes.
Thank you. I'll go fairly quickly here too. So going back to November, I did attend the Youth Homelessness Conference at Bright Futures for Youth. That was this last month too. I know several of us were there. And I've since asked our analysts to do some work for me because they were talking about some bills that could use some advocacy. This is a targeted population that I'm really interested in learning more about, making sure we're doing everything we can to help. And it does involve youth who are aging out of our systems too, but are still quite young and needing some help. Let's see, I'm going across my calendar. The CSAC conference, yes, I think was also very impactful. I too attended the conversations on HR1 and the impacts. What really landed hard for me was not just how many million people across the country are going to be losing their health care and ending up in emergency rooms, so impacting hospitals and causing people who have health care's rates to rise. So every single person will be affected by this. But also this little historical conversation about how before the ACA, so much of that burden was on the counties. And we had systems in place, had actual institutions, and we had staff. And in some cases, they showed where counties had completely zeroed out their staff and their institutions to care for people who are now going to fall back on us. So they're starting from scratch to have to rebuild programs to take care of folks who will be dropped off. And I honestly, that just feels like just a massive cliff ahead of us. So at least, appreciate that CSAC is staying engaged with that, NACO as well. I also, so we did have a couple of JEDI meetings where we, Mayor Hodge and Councilmember Fernandez and I discussed the hate incident, so we are continuing to meet and stay on top of anything that might be going on in the community to make sure we're aware of it. And that's what our statement came out of that. Attended the Housing Ad Hoc, attended Sierra Nevada Conservancy pre-board meeting. Always meet with them before they go to the board meeting. $40 million coming down the pike for programs. There are new requirements that they're trying to work through, so it's not yet available. But Nevada County always does really well in getting some of those grants, and so it was helpful to hear where they are with that, and we certainly need to stay on top of when that money becomes available. There's $30 million out there right now, half of which has been allocated. So that's some great news in this landscape. Did attend the county quarterly leadership meeting, which was great. Allison, thanks for inviting. We're doing a lot more. The chair gets invited to a lot more right now, and it's always great to see and hear from employees directly. Let's see, CEO Advisory Committee, really appreciate the staff that are adding that onto their workload. They meet every month. They came up with great ideas and do the kinds of internal sort of fixes that we might not see, and so appreciate their work. The animal shelter tour, yes, I did that also. Same, great appreciation for the staff that's there. It looks so good right now compared to it's been a while since I've been out there, but it really looks pretty good. Clearly, it's not adequate in the long term, but they've done a great job keeping it up. We did get to see some of the pigs that were rescued. They look pretty good from this incident, as well as a handful of puppies that they said came in really in bad shape, and they looked fantastic. So already, really, you can see improvements. Love that they've found a way to bring the animals outside more frequently, and so they get that outdoors experience. So that's all for me. Yeah.
Thanks for mentioning. I just want to mention on the animal shelter, I as well went on the tour yesterday, and I'm blown away at how well the staff makes do with what little they have. So they really, you can tell they care about it, and they're doing all kinds of good work there. And I want to thank Supervisor Swarthout as well for your spay and neuter advocacy, because I guess they've done 100+ events, and they really target specialized individuals that are having multiple pet problems and trying to curb that before it gets out of hand. So that was pretty cool. And then I want to also make a plea to anybody listening that I think what strikes me when you go to an animal shelter is this personal responsibility around pets comes to mind. I don't know what education or outreach we're doing, but it sure seems logical to me that we try and get the word out that government is not going to solve your pet problems, but we end up as the organization of last resort when people can't take care of their pets. So it just struck me that we should try to, if we can, get the message out about the ultimate, what happens ultimately with your pet is really tragic, right? Because we want to take care of them, and we want people to take care of their own pets. But I don't know who says that message or who shares it, but
We'll bring it back to staff. That's noted, that the county really does serve as the safety net for the animals. And then also, it needs to be a community solution to find
Yeah.
homes for all those animals as well.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Great addition. All right, thanks for everybody for your announcements. We're going to move into now our scheduled item, which is a public hearing to consider participating in the statewide community infrastructure program of the California Statewide Communities Development Authority. So I see Tricia and Kimberly.
Yes, good morning. Tricia Tillotson, Community Development Agency Director. And I'll introduce Kimberly Parker. She's our Program Manager for Economic Development. Kimberly.
Thank you, Tricia. Good morning, Chair Hall and members of the Board of Supervisors. First, I want to apologize because this is an item coming back to you as we discovered after it was brought last time that a public hearing was necessary to consider a resolution that will allow Nevada County to formally participate in the statewide Community Infrastructure Program, or SCIP as it's known. This program is administered by the California Statewide Community Development Organization, CSCDA. As a reminder, CSCDA is a joint powers authority sponsored by the League of California Cities and the California State Association of Counties. Over 530 agencies across California, including Nevada County, currently participate. SCIP is a program of theirs that has been operating since 2002 and has issued over $1 billion in tax-exempt bonds to help finance development-related costs in cities and counties across the state. SCIP provides low-cost, long-term financing for property owners who are building new projects. It allows them to finance development-related fees or public infrastructure costs through tax-exempt bonds issued by CSCDA. Only property owners who apply and are approved by the county can participate. If approved, CSCDA forms either an assessment district where a specific charge is levied on properties that benefits from the improvements, or a community facilities district, CFD, which imposes a special tax on properties to repay the bond. These charges typically appear on the property tax bill and are used to repay the financing over time. A couple areas that SCIP financing can cover: development-related fees owed at the permit issuance, and public capital improvements that the developer is required to construct, for example, roads, sewer lines, sidewalks. SCIP can be used on projects as low as $500,000, making it accessible to both small and large development. Participating owners gain long-term, low-cost tax-exempt financing instead of paying fees up front, flexibility to pay off assessments at any time, improved cash flow management, and for home buyers, smaller mortgage amounts because infrastructure costs are shifted to a tax assessment rather than added to the purchase price. This helps make projects more feasible, especially in today's high-cost construction environment. A quick example includes a developer building a 30-home subdivision might use SCIP finance required infrastructure for water, sewer lines, and sidewalks. Instead of paying those costs up front, they use SCIP financing, and the repayment is made through a special tax on each home's property tax bill. I want to make clear, participation does not require the county to pledge any funds, assume liability, or incur financial obligations. All financial responsibility stays with the participating property owners. It also does not change in any way county processes in the way the projects go through the county. Additional benefits include no staff burden. CSCDA handles district formation, bond issuance, and administration. Early access to revenue fees because developers often pay in larger blocks when they have access to financing. Support for economic development by offering financing to many developers, but they rely on deciding whether to move forward with a project or not. And improved competitiveness with other counties that already have this tool. The resolution authorizes Nevada County to participate in SCIP. It permits CSCDA to accept applications on behalf of property owners. It allows CSCDA to form assessment districts or community facilities districts within the county.
It approves the form of the acquisition agreement used when public improvements are financed through SCIP, and it authorizes related administrative actions. Staff recommends approving the resolution. Thank you, and we are available for your questions.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for any questions. Anybody have questions on this item?
Just one quick question. The first, you stated $1 million. That's a really small amount. Is that correct? It's just $1 million?
$1 billion.
$1 billion, thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I must have misunderstood you.
$1 billion.
That sounds more appropriate, yeah. That's it. The one question I did have is the real estate or the consortium of real estate industry professionals weighed in? Because it's fascinating that you could sell a house for $600,000 or $700,000, but you would, after the fact, you would have this considerable infrastructure cost that would be kind of carry with the title for some period of time. In my neighborhood, Mello-Roos bonds are really popular, and a couple of big developers went bankrupt, forcing those Mello-Roos bonds back onto the town and or the homeowners. So it's just an interesting concept to think about because typically the concept, with building an infrastructure is on the developer and is built into the cost of some of the units, but not always. And people buyer beware, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just following up on that, originally, though, in that scenario he outlined, the property owners would have voted to participate in this program, correct?
They apply through the CSCDA to participate.
Okay. Okay, I think I understand that. And then you said there weren't any, county's not assuming any liabilities or obligations. Is there any ongoing cost to participate in the program?
No.
For the county, okay. All right.
I'm going to say sometimes so if you have a big project, let's say you're building condominiums or something you're selling individually, there's not a vote before it gets built. So you have to be really aware. I mean, I would assume that's part of that process because you are going to be taxed for that for a certain amount of time on that. So it is a little bit precarious for me. Because if you go bankrupt, what happens? Who does that come back on? Just the property owners?
Yeah, I mean, what happened in Truckee during the downturn is that the value of an open piece of dirt lot, like for an example on a golf course community, bottomed out at $30,000. So you could get a $30,000 lot, but you had this ginormous Mello-Roos liability that followed the property.
Yeah.
So it's not always, eventually as you get into escrow, you'd be made aware of all those things, but.
Yeah, interesting.
Interesting concept.
Yeah, no thanks for that.
Okay. I'm going to open it up for public comment.
Gil Matthew, the Executive Director for the Economic Resource Council. I wouldn't attempt to explain what Kimberly just did so eloquently. I want to put my stamp of approval on this as economic development is not always just making a few more widgets. Economic development is often about those kinds of things like sewers, sidewalks, creating a better quality of life. These are techniques that allow that to happen more easily than we've had to. So I just want to put my stamp of approval on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil. Do we have any callers?
There's no callers, Chair.
Okay, closing public comment. Back to the board. Unless there's additional questions or comments, I'm looking for a motion and a second. For 50A, resolution authorizing the County of Nevada to join the statewide community infrastructure program.
I'll move to do that.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
And District 1?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to roll right into our next public hearing to consider an ordinance amending Title 14 of the Nevada County Code, adopting the 2025 California Building Standards Code and local amendments thereto. George, take it away.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the board. I'm George Shurik, Building Director here for Nevada County. With me is Nick McBurney, our senior plans examiner, building inspector. He's going to give you the presentation this morning.
Great, thank you very much, George. My name is Nick McBurney. For some reason, the presentation is not on my computer screen. Great. Wonderful, thank you. Hello, good morning. My name is Nick McBurney. As George had said, I'm the supervising plans examiner. I've been your plans examiner for the last 10 years, and I support and supervise the office staff in the building department. This presentation is regarding the triennial adoption of the 2025 California Building Code. As you can see, the California Building Code is made up of the following parts. So it encompasses more than building, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, and as you'll see, there is a new code book, the Wildland Urban Interface Code Book. The Wildland Urban Interface are the regulations that govern the hardening of structures against wildfire, so siding, windows, roof, vents, etc. Effective January 1st, 2026, all building permit applications will be governed under this new code. We're not here to focus on significant technical updates, but to focus on three main areas. The first is Assembly Bill 130, which has made some significant changes to the adoption of new codes, an increase in snow loads across Nevada County, which will have an impact on construction costs, and the adoption of this new Wildland Urban Interface Code requirement, which is a consolidation of code requirements from various sections of the code, but is now in one place, and there's some intensification of that effort. For anyone interested in viewing and getting into more detail in terms of the codes, they are available for free to any member of the public. It is a significant undertaking for our department to update our webpage and all of our associated handouts and checklists, applications, etc., to provide updated information. In addition to those online resources, we will be doing presentations at the Realtors Association and to the Nevada County Contractors Association. So let's begin with our first focus area, which is AB 130. The most significant change is that it imposes a 6-year moratorium on new and changed residential building codes. So from June 1st of 2025 to June 1st of 2030, with limited exception for emergencies and fire hardening. Generally speaking, the California Assembly Bill 130 is a bill designed to boost housing supply and address affordability by cutting red tape and changing enforcement mechanisms in housing and HOA regulations. In addition to our 2025 code being enforced for 6 years instead of 3 years, during that time we are not allowed to provide any additional amendments to the code, which is common practice, within our department. And so this again is an effort to smooth the process of constructing new housing within the state of California and is part of a broader effort and bill. One exciting piece of news is that within AB 130, they have granted a 10-year approval of existing master and model plans. So if you'll recall, the county has 4 affordable master plans, which were developed as part of a group of 6 jurisdictions, and those would have expired at the end of this year. So without additional cost or updates to those plans, we'll be able to use those for, again, just as a reminder, the affordable master plans, these are some renderings. This allows us to leverage the investment that the county made, a little over, kind of approaching $400,000 with some additional grant funding. And you see a small update there, 66 uses to date, 48 in Placer County and 18 in Nevada County. So we estimated that a person using these plans might save something in the neighborhood of $10,000 per use. And so this program, which is something in the neighborhood of $400,000, has returned that value. And I see it as a bright spot in this assembly bill and something that we'll be able to now leverage for the next 6 years. as part of supporting our community and the ability to create affordable housing or housing. The next point of focus is snow loads. So the state has changed the way in which snow loads are calculated. There's a new resource, which is the American Civil Engineers Hazard Tool. This is, American Society of Civil Engineers Hazard Tool, which is used to determine snow loads. Generally speaking, snow load values will increase for residential and accessory structures by about 50%. So a snow load of 100 pounds per square foot, which is used to size footings, rafters, anything where you have that assumption about a perched load of snow on a structure. Those values will increase 50% for residential and accessory structures, and approximately 100% or double for commercial and other buildings. The expectation or impact of increased snow loads will be that construction costs will increase across the board. I don't have any specific numbers or estimates for a single-family dwelling, but looking at the various components that will be affected, a footing, if you had a snow load that doubled from 100 to 200 pounds, you might have a footing that was twice as wide. So you have significant cost in terms of reinforcement, cost of concrete, and then from there we work up to large beams and then eventually roof rafters, all of which might go up a size, so maybe from a 2x10 to a 2x12, not doubling in size, but increasing in size and therefore increasing cost. An additional impact of that is that prescriptive design, which is I can roll up in the residential code and there's a table for rafters. So without contacting an engineer, I can generate a 2x10 will span 15 feet without the cost of an engineer being involved. We could do that up to up to a 3,000 foot elevation to date. And that elevation will drop to about 2,500. So additional members of our community will be required to contact and work with an engineer to design their residence. Let's see.
Here, just one question, Nick. Is
Go
that
ahead.
is this part contradictory to our plans that are already allowed?
The plans are, in a sense, the plans are being grandfathered in. So we do have a set snow loads that those plans are used, those plans are designed for. It's a great question because it will take some thought in terms of if someone comes to me with today the new snow load value. Are we required to use the snow load value, or are we allowed to use the existing snow load value? Okay, I'm not 100% on the answer to that question because the plans themselves are good as is. They're not required to be updated to current code standards. Yeah. My sense is that we'll just use them as is, and we may need to go back and find the old snow load value for them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. The third area of focus is the Wildland Urban Interface Code, which is a new code book coming into force in Nevada County. It is designated Part 7 of Title 24, and I'll just clarify briefly that Title 24 is the state's designation for the building code standards, whereas Title 14, our board item is the local county code designation. Title 14 is where we adopt and amend our code. So that's the distinction between those two, Title 14 and Title 24. Strengthens fire-resistant standards for new and existing structures in fire-prone areas. Key features include stricter requirements for building materials such as roofs and walls to resist embers, along with mandatory fuel management and defensible space around properties. Here are just a few of the specific code requirements. They're relatively simple. We used to have combustible like a ridge vent, which would go along a ridge of a roof made of plastic. Now that has to be made of a non-combustible material. Gable end and dormer vents must be 10 feet from property lines. Underfloor vents, I guess they found that if they're as low as practically possible, they're less likely to, allow for embers to enter into a building. And then fascia boards are now regulated and are made of ignition-resistant material and a minimum 2x. Let me just take a quick look at my notes. So
On that.
Go ahead, I'm happy to open for questions.
Yeah, sorry, on
Please
that
do.
last one, all the Title VII, I guess all the fire resistant. This is for new buildings starting January 1.
Correct.
Is it also for renovations?
The wildland urban interface requirements do not, pardon me, they do not apply to renovations or additions.
Great, thank you. And the same question, how about our ADU plans, our master plans? The snow load question, and then also this one, I think it would be helpful to find out if they're exempt from these.
Yes, I'm 100% clear that the WUI standards don't apply to anything but new construction. I'm clear about that. And I would be happy to get back to you on the question of what snow load values we would use in relation to the affordable master plans.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt also. Right, yeah.
Not at all.
If you're done?
I'm here for questions. I would just say, we now ask that you consider an ordinance amending Title 14 of the Nevada County Code, adopting the 2025 California Building Standards Code, and we're available to take questions.
Great, thank you. I'll turn it to my colleagues. I'm sure there are a few questions on this. Sue, you already asked yours, or you have a few more?
Kind of answers mine. It just is, it doesn't do anything to our, I mean, we have a few things that are in place. Our tiny homes, which they're inspected someplace else, so they're going to stay the same, correct? And then I guess it's just, to me, it's just counter, I mean, you got AB 30 that says one thing, and then this says another. So I'm just really curious to how that ties in. I mean, we're looking at building affordable housing, and this doesn't make things affordable. I understand it makes it safer. I'm not complaining about that. But it does go, it's counterintuitive to what they were looking at as far as getting buildings done.
Right, and so I just want to add a couple things, Supervisor. This code cycle is very friendly to the rural areas this time, because last time they added solar on your residence, and then they added dimmer switches and a lot of energy efficient requirements. Most of the requirements on this new code cycle deal with high-rise buildings in metropolitan areas. So we only highlighted the three main things today in here. There's a few other minor things, but overall, the increase to many properties, a new construction will be minimal.
So, and this is new, and so you're still going to go out to the Contractors Association. They haven't, I mean, I'm sure they've seen it, but there hasn't been any actually comments from any of them at this point?
I know Tom Last of the NCCA is in favor of this, and so is Ed Vento of CAD up in East County. So we've had conversations with them. There's nothing controversial from their point of views. And like Nick said, we also will be talking to presenting at the Realtors Association meetings to make sure they're fully aware of these changes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Hook asked my question for Kat to see if Kat had been, given any official feedback. So thanks for mentioning that. As well, it's counterintuitive that we would be adding all the snow load restrictions, and we're trying to cut building costs. We had a conversation last week with Sugar Bowl. They're trying to build a enclosure to keep biomass dry so they can burn it in a cogen facility to get rid of green waste, which is the other thing that we talk a lot about, like, clear your property, get rid of green waste. Okay, we're going to charge you $4 million to build a barn. So it's just kind of hard for me. The other piece which is interesting is I was thinking back to Snowmageddon and the 2 winters that we had the catastrophic snow, and all the structures fell down. But what's interesting is it's kind of a proxy for what will survive and what won't. And in my opinion, a lot of the structures that fell down were really old, previous code. But if you take code compliant structures in the 70s and 80s that are at a greatly reduced load capacity from an engineering perspective, they're still standing after the biggest winters in 100 years. So then why is the state saying, let's make it even harder? It doesn't, to me, it just doesn't make a lot of regulatory sense.
Well, just so you know, I'm on some building official calls for this part of the state, Mammoth Lakes, Truckee, South Lake, and there's a lot of building officials and engineers in those part of the state that did have advocacy for the more restringent code cycle, because apparently in Mammoth Lakes they had a lot of buildings fall through there. So we were lucky here in Nevada County. We had a minimal number because of a lot of that is property maintenance too. If you have 20 feet of snow on your roof, that's some of that is on the homeowner and the parcel owner, because you're supposed to do maintenance on that. Just like you're supposed to get leaves out of your gutter and some other stuff. You're not supposed to have 20 feet of snow on your roof for days on end.
Yeah, definitely in Truckee, the buildings aren't designed to sit there for an entire winter and be, essentially ignored. Last question, the affordable plan, the master plan, affordable
Yes.
plans, I was totally stoked on that when they came through, but I had lost track on the access to those plans, and I think we paid an architectural firm to develop them, and then we got a certain number free, and then after that it was charged. Can you clarify what our constituents would pay to get their hands on those plans?
Yes, of course. The affordable master plans initially, there was a set of free ones which have since been used up, and the plans are available for use for $1,200. That's the fee that they pay to Jackson & Sands, who's the consultant. Jackson & Sands produces a set of site-specific energy calculations, which completes their packet. And all of the information about the plans, including an entire full set of construction documents, minus stamps, is available on our website for anyone to download and review.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Go back, one question and then one comment. Back to the one that's reducing the elevation from 3,000 to 2,500.
Yep.
This again is for new buildings and when is that applied?
In the case of, again, just to make.
Can you use your microphone so we can?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that direction. In the case of, so what we're trying to get out here is just to bring it down to kind of ground level. Under current code, at 3,000-foot elevation, you could build without an engineer. You could size a rafter, you could install beams, footings, everything could be non-engineered. In a case with the snow loads going up, that value has been dropped to 2,500-foot elevation. I would say that an addition would require you to use the new snow loads. So if you added on 1,000 square feet to your house, that will be per current minimum code standards today, which would include the larger snow loads. So
Okay.
it does impact additions and new construction.
Okay, so I think we're going to have a challenge getting this explained to the public. I think it's great that you've already been out to the building agencies, but we're going to have to put this on a website, obviously, and you're probably going to get a lot of phone calls on this, so.
Well, like I said, it drops from 3,000 to 2,500, so there's not going to be a whole lot of
Right.
citizens affected by this. So it'll be, the number will be insignificant unless it's your house, obviously, right?
Right.
But, so anything built new starting January 1 of 2026 will be
Have this
under
in
this
mind.
new requirement.
Okay, great, thanks. And yeah, I just to acknowledge my colleagues that, we need to build more housing and we need it cheaper, and this is all going to make it a little more expensive. Honestly, the words that we're not saying here are climate change. Since we're not able to fix climate change and we're not reducing it, we're going to continue to have extreme weather and increasing snow loads and lowering of the snow load. So this is a direct result of other global issues that we're not addressing. So thank you for the presentation. Let me open it up to public comment. And are there any calls?
There's no callers, Chair.
Okay. Closing public comment. Any additional questions or comments from the board?
No, other than it would be good for me if we're very clear on what we're voting on here. When
Yeah.
we, I guess when we present the motion, just kind of the interplay between the state and the exemption,
What we're asking you to vote on today is an ordinance amending the Title 14, which is the Nevada County Code, and then to adopt the 2025 California Building Code as part of our requirements for Nevada County moving forward, starting on January 1st, 2026.
And to be clear, these are just state codes that we're adopting. We're not adding anything additional from the county, correct?
This is a state code that we are adopting, and there is a reference to ASCE 7-22, which is where the snow loads come from, so we don't have any discretion about whether to adopt the new snow loads or not. That is correct. Yeah, we do not have any
Thank you.
additional amendments to the code.
All right. Did that answer your question? Okay. Okay, motion, please, and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
And District 1?
Yes. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was very helpful. Yeah, and I won't say any more about that. Okay, we're going to go into our next item, which is a resolution authorizing the Nevada County Purchasing Agent to finalize negotiations and execute a negotiated lease agreement with Palisades Drive LLC and more. I'll let Phoebe explain it and Ryan. So I believe you're going to give a presentation for all of these items, 52B, C, and D. And then we are going to, and A, and then we're going to call for a motion and a second for each one afterwards.
Correct. Chair Hall, members of the board, Ryan Groover, your Health and Human Services Agency Director again, joined by Phoebe Bell, our Director of Behavioral Health and Homelessness. And I'm going to just do a brief introduction to these 4 items and then turn it over to Phoebe. The items before you include the authorization for purchasing to enter into a lease, as well as 2 revenue agreements with 2 of our main partners on this project, and then an operation agreement with the operator of this project. So those are those 4 related items. I just wanted to start off by providing a little bit of reflection on this. This is a significant milestone in homelessness services and in Truckee in particular. 12 months ago, we were working very hard to establish permanent supportive housing in Truckee, and then that blew up pretty dramatically in a February-March timeframe. And I would never have forecast at that time that we would be in the place that we are now, 10 months forward from when that was happening. I really believe that what you have before you right now would not have been possible if we hadn't had that negative experience. That was really a catalyst for the community and a catalyst for our partners and a lesson learned from the county in terms of moving forward. And so I'm very proud of having this item before the board. And I also want to call out Supervisor Bullock in particular for his leadership in this, and a couple community members as well. Cindy Basso, who's been a driver of this, devoting personal time. Kathy Foley, who carried it on her shoulders for many years in terms of services in Truckee. And then, our partners, we have Tahoe Forest Hospital, Jen Calloway, Danny Renfro with the town, Ted Owens with the hospital, and then on the county side, Phoebe, Jasmine, Ariel, Des, and many other people who worked to get this in place. So I just wanted to reflect on that path. It's been a long and hard journey. It's been really since the board prioritized homelessness that we've tried to get something together in Truckee. And so this item represents achievement of that. We still have a lot of work to do, but I wanted to reflect on that journey before turning it over to Phoebe to talk more specifically about the project.
Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the board, Phoebe Bell, Director of Behavioral Health and Homeless Services. So like Ryan said, and include him very much in the energy to continue pushing this project forward, this has very much been a partnership. It builds on a lot of work that has happened over the last few years to build a collaborative base from which to try to do this work in the Truckee area, the Tahoe Truckee area, and the Homeless Action Plan, the group working together pretty regularly to hold a vision and to try to make a project come to fruition has been critical to the project's success to date. So after, as Ryan said, a great deal of pain and suffering along the way, we basically have landed on a project that everybody is really excited about. It builds on some of the lessons from the past in terms of our learnings about how hard weather-triggered shelters are to operate on a pretty substantial basis as is needed in the Truckee area. It also acknowledges the real desire for 24/7 sheltering option given the harsh climate in the Tahoe Truckee region and the very real chance that people will die on any given night. And what we knew going into trying to make this project happen is we really have 3 variables that are pretty critical for success. One is a location that's going to be acceptable to the community. One is a partner willing to operate a facility and hire the staff and bring the expertise to the table needed to do that. And then the last is the funding to be in place to be able to support all of the above. And pretty amazingly, we have gotten there. And that is really an accomplishment, that there's a place people feel good about, this Deerfield Drive location that's close enough to services, far enough from neighborhoods, just in a location that's viable in lots of ways, and a physical space that's really conducive to what needs to happen there. Volunteers of America has come to the table as a really strong partner. They have extensive expertise and have been a key player in getting this project going. And then, as we'll walk through in a minute, real funding commitments from all the partners so that this is really a shared project, which was really important to all of us. And at the end of the day, the model will be very comprehensive. It's probably better than we could have hoped for in terms of the ability to shelter people on a nightly basis, the ability to have day services, and a real commitment to engaging people in either services on site or connecting them back to the communities that they may have come from. So of critical importance is the budget, the project budget, and I will dive on the next slide into more detail on the lease piece of things, or the facility piece of things, but I think probably most critical is, like I said, this is really a collaborative funding agreement, and so the county is at the table pretty substantially with $360,000 of revenue, but so too is the town and the hospital, and then Placer County, who certainly has some need for a service like this in the Truckee area, even though it's not in their county, is still bringing that item forward to their board, but strongly interested in trying to make that happen. The Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation has come to the table in a very meaningful way with a significant grant, which is incredibly exciting, and the words around that grant were about seeing the commitment and the follow-through from all the partners made it a really viable project from their eyes and something worth investing in. And then lastly, like Ryan said, Cindy Basso has led the community fundraising efforts and basically has this money committed already and is already looking towards raising money for future years or potential capital purchases. So the revenue side of the picture feels really strong at this point. On the expense side, I want to highlight the VOA contract, which is the bulk of the cost of this project. And again, we'll spend another second on the facility side on the next slide, but Volunteers of America, again, they run facilities similar to this in the Reno area, though much, much larger there, but also in a number of California locations. They have just been really impressive in their work to date with our collaboration. They just bring very clear expertise, knowledge of how to work with communities, knowledge of how to work with political partners, and then most importantly, lots of lived knowledge of how to work with people experiencing homelessness, engage them in services, engage them in sort of pathways forward. They really are excited about the fact that there's a mixture of shelter beds and interim housing beds, which they see as sort of a stepping stone and gives people interest in engaging and moving forward and engaging in housing navigation services. I think with particularly some of the housing that will be coming online in Truckee over the next year plus, there's really hope for moving folks that are currently experiencing and have been experiencing homelessness for a long time into the shelter, into their interim housing beds, and then potentially into Pacific Crest Commons. So that part is all really exciting. There are some unknowns on the expense side, so we accounted for that with some contingency line items, really trying to make sure that we stay within the committed revenues that we have from our partners. And then jumping into the facility side, we worked a lot with the owner of the property, and our purchasing department, Des specifically, has been incredibly helpful negotiating with them, and we believe we've landed in a place that is viable and makes sense in the community. We'll be leasing the entire building. There's a chance we can sublease some of it if we can find the right entity. But in the long run, that's potential, if the project is successful and if there's interest in continuing the project in the future, that could be a useful part of the whole picture. The price is kind of below market rate in the Truckee area, so the $1.75 plus CAM feels reasonable. We have added in the right of first refusal around purchase. We have the options for 2 more years of leasing if appropriate and if we're being successful with the pilot. And then lastly, the owner has agreed to split the cost of the tenant improvements. So the $75,000 of tenant improvements will only cost the county about $37,000. And then that leads us to where we are now and the next steps to get this project up and running. The goal has been to have it operational this winter, meaning we are trying to move quickly because we are in theory in the middle of winter, even though it's been 60 degrees in Truckee, thankfully. So before you today are 2 revenue contracts, one with the town of Truckee and one with Tahoe Forest Hospital that commits them to that $360,000 of support for this project. In addition, there's a contract for the Volunteers of America operations, which is more standard for the contracts that we bring forward in terms of services contracts. And then lastly, there's a permission to negotiate a lease with Daniel Freeman, who is the owner of the property, up to a maximum price point, with the actual lease negotiations ongoing between the county and the owner. If those things are approved today, we will be continuing forward with design and permitting. There's a pro bono architect involved with doing the design work right now, goal being to get permit applications in very quickly to the town, to get those processed relatively quickly and begin the TIs pretty immediately. The owner is a contractor, so he'll be doing the TIs himself and foresees doing that in pretty quick time frame. Volunteers of America is actively recruiting staff so that they're ready to roll as soon as we're able to get the facility ready for them. Our goal, kind of optimistically, would be in the next month-ish, by end of January, early February, probably realistically, to try to be open. And then we imagine bringing forward to you at a future date revenue contracts with Placer County and Fellowship of Compassion, which is representing the community fundraising efforts, and that will fill out the rest of the revenues needed for this project. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and kudos to everybody for getting this done and Hardy for not giving up. This is a lot of work. Just one clarification, because maybe that wasn't clear to me all along, that this first lease is just for 1 year and with 2 additional years
As
of the option. So this feels like a substantial investment for 3 years. So can you just walk me through what your thoughts are going beyond that?
I think for all the partners, there's been a real desire for sort of a proof of concept. Like, we think we need all these things in the Tahoe-Truckee region. What does the utilization actually look like? Is this a successful model? Because there's been, essentially so little in terms of services for people experiencing homelessness, there's all the normal things that come up in community around, will this work? Will it make a difference? Will it bring people to the area? All those kinds of questions. And so there's a real desire to do a 1-year pilot and test that theory out. And so we've included some pretty solid outcome metrics in the contract with VOA and also referenced in the revenue contracts, with a real earnest desire by all the community partners to test the waters and see how this goes. I think if it's successful, and I think it will be, the goal will be to continue onward and to seek funding for potential purchasing of the building or of a building and sort of make this an ongoing service.
Thank you. And so there would be a different budget for the following 2 years, because that would not include all the improvements that you're investing, but there would still be the need for everyone to contribute in years 2 and 3. Is there a commitment by the partners for that as well?
Absolutely not at this point. We're all clear that there would be ongoing investments needed from all partners for it to continue, but at this point, the partners are really interested in seeing how it's working before committing to years 2 and 3. I will also say there's room for other revenue sources to come to the table. Under CalAIM, there's kind of earned revenue that a service like this could be eligible for that could help subsidize operations. Costs would hopefully go down as facility costs lessen, to your point. So the ongoing contribution, in theory, would be less. But also, the partners are really interested in seeing the impact on their services. Does the emergency department have less people there on a cold winter night? Is the police department having less calls? Those types of things.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to Hardy to start.
Yeah, thank you, Phoebe. I'm familiar with the project, obviously, and I just want to send some thanks out to you and your team, Ryan and Phoebe. You guys have spent a lot of time in meetings with all kinds of community stakeholders and me and others. And then also to Des for working through the procurement process. It was quite challenging, I think, to find a facility that both met the needs for a navigation center and also met contractually the timing required for our county and the partners to grab onto that. And I also want to thank the Community Foundation for their generous support going into something that has never been done in Truckee before. So kudos to the Community Foundation. And then finally, not least of all, but most of all, to Cindy Basso and her, just literal community advocacy, private person, just engaged in wanting to help others. And really at the meetings, driving the force. I was meeting with her a couple nights ago, and she reminded me that the email started 3 years ago between she and I, and she really stepped forward to just charge for 3 years straight, trying to get this off the ground to help other people. And she's the kind of community advocate that she'll be in the meetings, but she'll also be passing out food out of the back of her car and taking people to the doctor's appointments and being a mentor to people in need. So it's, we had Kathy Foley, who I can't mention any of this without Kathy Foley. To some degree, we became kind of hooked on Kathy's generous and support of our community because she just ran this warming shelter for years out of the Church of the Mountains. And when I was a planning commissioner, I kind of helped get the permit there. But Kathy just toiled in the background and supported this population. But then when that ended, it really shifted a lot of the burden to another number of community organizations and to the county specifically. So just a lot of thanks there. And then I want to also mention thanks to our town and hospital partners. I know they've committed a number of resources, staff time, and others to both THAC and also this project, and specifically one of the pieces that came to mind when I think about homelessness and when I first came to the county is I try to put myself into someone else's shoes. What's it like to be homeless? What's it like to have limited resources? What's it like to try and work through the process of receiving county or city support when you're in that position? The other piece that I've come to realize is putting ourselves in other jurisdictional shoes, so other people like the town of Truckee or the hospital and what they may be experiencing within the community with this population. A lot of times we work in a silo and we always consider ourselves, certain domains are part of the county, service provision. Homelessness is clearly one of those. We do a lot in that space. But how the population works with and affects other communities is something I really needed to look closely at. So we met with the town last week and I got a lot of insight on how our homeless services and the provision of county services in Eastern County is new to some of the residents, new to some of the neighborhoods, and certainly new to some of the town staff as they tried to navigate all this. So I just wanted to put it out there that I'm listening carefully to the needs of the town, the hospital, the neighborhoods, and particularly the neighborhoods surrounding the navigation center, which is on that west end, and the businesses there. So we've done a lot of outreach. And you didn't really mention a lot of that, but I can't even count how many meetings have been in the background discussing the location itself and how it fits into the navigation center. The one piece that I do think a lot about is what's the county's role in supportive and transitional housing, because we don't have any of the houses that the county has traditionally been involved in Western County. We have 0 beds in Eastern County. So as time goes forward, are there funding mechanisms or funding opportunities for us to support what's clearly part of our county's mission through a facility like this? Because there's other community partners that are really interested in doing the warming shelter portion, which is what Kathy Foley and others have done. So where is that balance between county support countywide for that supportive and transitional beds versus warming shelter support through the nonprofit community? Phoebe and Ryan have done great navigating and trying to show us different methods of funding and different methods of support that they can offer and help kind of guide the community. And again, it's that fact that our community in East County has never necessarily had facilities directly co-located where the problem exists. A lot of times we have people come up from Western County, pick people up, take them to services in Western County, come up to East County, pick them up and take them back to Western County. Just that concept in and of itself is a little difficult for me to deal with occasionally, because if I was part of a community, I'd want somebody to represent me and serve me within that community where I live and work and where people are there. So I think it's a balance of trying to bring county services to East County and also fit them in to what's appropriate for the community that we're getting into. I think this is a great fit. I think everyone's done a lot of work to get inside and understand the impacts that this facility is going to have. There will be bumps in the road. I'm just raising my hand, and I hope anybody listening recognizes that we're going to have some challenges, and I think we're all going to have to work through that together as the population comes together and sees how we can do it, how we will provide all those. Travis with VOA, Volunteers of America, one of the most incredible advocates for homelessness that I've ever heard speak. He has every answer you've ever wanted and something you didn't know you needed to ask. Confident in him, and I think the next step for me and for others in the leadership space around this topic is the funding that you described and how to continue the public support for the facility and also the other members of the community that are paying for it. I think we all need to talk about what it looks like for long-term viability and a final location. If that's the will of the community, I'm not sure if this one's going to fit right there, but we hope it will. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but we'll have more discussions about that. So that's it for me. Most of my questions have been answered because I've been in the process, but I just want to thank everybody and my colleagues here on the board for taking the time to consider it, and also thanks to Allison and your support for working through the process. It's been a very, very long journey, and I know many people have done therapy with me after we went through Hope Ridge. So we went to Hope Ridge on this side, and we have the Navigation Center in this side, and in the middle was the THAC process. The Truckee Tahoe Homeless Advisory Committee has been recently renamed to Action Coalition. I got it right. But that journey were dozens of meetings with a lot of heartache and arm wrestling. So thanks again to everybody who stuck with it.
Okay, thank you. We're going to open up for public comment. I see Tom coming down. And are there any phone calls?
We do have one caller, Chair.
Okay. Well, just hold on. We'll let Tom go first, and then we'll take the phone call.
Tom Perkin, the Executive Director of the No Place to Go Project. I just got to say, wow.
Tom, can you speak up a little bit so we can hear you?
Yes, I just wanted to say, wow. For a couple of months ago, I saw nothing happening. And what you guys have done in the last couple of months is just impressive as hell. I hope you can continue to keep this project going. We need it up there. As Phoebe said, we don't want anybody to die this winter. So congratulations and keep going. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's take the caller.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Hi, Board of Supervisors. This is Matthew Coulter calling in for public comment on this item. And my comment is that as I listened to the Nevada County Dispatch scanner and the particularly just a couple individuals that take nearly daily calls that are homeless up there, mostly alcohol related. And I just know that that's taking an enormous amount of resources to have the NCSO pick them up, take them to jail, sober them up, let them back out repeatedly. So I'm hoping this project will help with that, with these just several individuals that are repeatedly, and one of the individuals, 5 responses in one day for the sheriff. I'm told each response is $1,000. I don't know if that's true, but it just seems like it would be a better way to use the money is to shelter people, and these are all unsheltered people they're responding to on the streets and that are taking over the bus shelters and disturbing the bus system and disturbing the businesses. So good luck with this, and it's nice to see that Truckee can do something in several months that it takes the West Slope several years to do. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board, and we're going to start with 52A. I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 52A.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes. And I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 52B, please.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote.
District 5.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes. Oh,
Excuse me. System
need a
went a little
moment?
crazy and it kind of
Okay,
threw
we'll
me
take a
off.
moment.
Let's start over. District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
and District 1.
Yes. And do you need a moment still? You're fine?
I'll correct it after the meeting's over.
Okay. Motion and a second to adopt Resolution 52C, please.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
And District 1.
Yes. And a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 52D.
So moved.
Second.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
And District 1.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Phoebe and
for the
Ryan.
presentation. Congratulations. Yeah. Wow. All right, great. We are going to adjourn for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thanks.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching the fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang, picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or...
We're back from our lunch break. Good afternoon, everyone, and we're going to launch right into our informational presentation from the Nevada County OES and local agency stakeholders regarding collaboration and preparedness for the 2025-26 winter weather season. Paul, go ahead and get us started, if you would.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hall, honorable board members. My name is Paul Cummings. I'm the Nevada County Office of Emergency Services Program Manager. Really excited to be here today. I feel like it's been a little while since I've presented to all of you. So today, our presentation is going to focus on what our community is doing to get ready for winter weather. Our slide up here shows our partners that we have here today. So to my right, I've got James Blattler from the town of Truckee. He's an emergency manager there with them. To my left, that is not Lexine Moyer. That is David Garcia, the Public Works Director, and Chief Jason Robital from Nevada County Consolidated. So you can see the slide there. That represents the slides that we're going to hear, the partners we're going to hear from today. But there's a lot of partners that are also in the room that weren't represented on our slides and that are watching. And so really excited to just share our joint story around winter weather preparedness ahead of potential severe winter weather storms. So big picture, I'm going to dive into the past a little bit and talk about some of the effects of past winter weather events. We'll also hear some agency updates on the slides, and so we'll be representing some of the agencies in the room. The chief will talk about the task force model and what that looks like, and then David from Public Works will talk about the Department Operations Center and some of the great work that they're doing in our community. And then, of course, we'll leave space for your questions because we want to hear your feedback. So big picture, we remember the December 2021 and February 2023 winter storms. These were very significant and had a big impact on our community. They brought high winds, low snow, freezing conditions. We had 33,000 customers, PG&E customers in our community without power, widespread telecommunications outages. We saw major access issues from snow and from down trees, propane shortages. We had residents trapped in their homes, and we saw local, state, and federal emergency proclamations that brought aid into our community. So what did we learn? Well, through coming together after these events and doing our after action reports, we had some big takeaways that we wanted to bring to today's meeting and that we've been working on over the last couple years. So we know it's important that we have a more robust incident command system to help us manage these events. We know we need clear shared objectives, improved public expectations and readiness around what we can and we can't do, better pre-disaster contracts, improved telecommunications advocacy, more winter storm planning. We have a need for a VOAD and a COAD, and if you haven't heard of a VOAD, please ask us afterwards. We'll tell you what that is. We know that we need more Emergency Operations Center and disaster service worker training. Slide, please. So starting with Nevada County and our Office of Emergency Services, what have we done to get ready? All the things that we talked about, we replayed those in a 5-hour winter weather exercise that we had just last week, which was really cool. We had almost 75 participants, and you can see from that great big photo there, a lot of smiling faces. We came together and had a lot of fun. We tested our systems, and we learned a lot. We got to stand up a full shelter, emergency shelter at the Nevada City Vets Hall, and you can see that in the top photo. We got to test a new field reconnaissance capability, which will help us after events. We got to practice the integration of local and state partner agencies. And then lastly, we really tried to focus on integrating the Emergency Operations Center, Public Works, and our municipal partners and having some synchronicity there. Next slide. So what have we done to get the community ready? Well, the community plays a really big part in these events, and so we are going to roll out again this year our Ready, Set, Snow campaign that helps to focus on winter weather preparedness for our residents. We've been doing a lot of behind-the-scenes coordination with our partners. We've got no-cost sand staged at 4 sites in western Nevada County, and we'll hear about that from James on the east side, where they're offering that as well. We've been doing a lot of ongoing collaboration and weather monitoring with the National Weather Service, even right now, looking at 10 days of rain here on the western side of the county and doing messaging around that. We've had educational displays at our libraries, sharing outreach materials with our partners, and then you can see there Grace, she's our Nevada Union High School youth intern who's been focused on a youth winter preparedness model, which is really cool. I'll pass it off to James.
Good afternoon, Chair Hall and honorable board members. I have the privilege here to not only talk about the town of Truckee, but also some of our other great partner agencies and what we're all doing to prepare for this upcoming winter. So a theme that you've heard already and will continue to hear is all about partnerships and collaboration. And I wanted to start off with some of the ways those have come together. And first and foremost, wanted to highlight our recently updated Emergency Operations Center, which was done through a Homeland Security grant that came through Nevada County, which really enhanced our capabilities in Truckee, which not only benefits the town of Truckee and those community members, but can also serve as kind of an eastern emergency operations center for Nevada County. Next, mutual aid. We've got great partnerships to be able to support one another for incidents that might more heavily impact one side of the county. So I can go down to the western side and help support the EOC team here in Nevada County as a liaison, and likewise I can pick up that phone and have some of your staff members come up and support us as well. Community support really comes together with the Community Organizations Active in Disaster, which is led by the fantastic Ann Rurick, who has really helped bring these groups together and have a cohesive response from that community level to support community needs during the disaster. Communications you'll hear about very shortly, but I did also want to talk about the multi-agency coordination that goes on leading up to not only these winter months, but also in the summertime as well when we have the threat of wildfire, but pre-winter meetings from the federal, state, county, and local levels to make sure everybody's on the same page and working together. So talking about those proactive communications, really it's our best tool to influence our public behavior. And so we approach that in Truckee similar to everywhere else in the county. It's through collaboration. So we have a great public information officer group on the east side. It's also present here on the west side as well. And to make sure we have unified messaging. Social media, whenever those posts go out, we're all talking to make sure that that message is unified. We saw that a couple years ago where there was a late winter blizzard that came in, and the impacts might have been a little different in Truckee as they were here in Nevada City, but make sure that when that messaging went out that it was done in a unified manner. I also wanted to highlight that we have direct communications with our short-term rental operators, which is highly useful because some of the most difficult community members to reach are often those visitors that are just there for a few days. Now, from an operational standpoint, just wanted to highlight that our Public Works crew is fully staffed and fully operational with the equipment. Started 24/7 operations just this past weekend. We also, as Paul mentioned, have a permanent sandbag station which has all the resources the community members might need to fill sandbags, and we can activate additional locations if the weather dictates. Finally, with shelters, we are very proactive. So in advance of major storm forecasts, we'll pre-position resources to help make sure that we can activate whether it's an emergency warming shelter or an evacuation shelter or just a community resource center during power outages. Make sure that those are in place. And as you all know, you've been very supportive along with the hospital district in Truckee, the town of Truckee, and also Placer County at helping stand up a navigation center for our unhoused community members, which we're very hopeful can be in place early in the new year to help support those community members during these tough winter months. Now, moving over to the great Nevada City and the work that their OES team is doing to bring forward that preparedness. Evan and Camille are doing tremendous things, taking those tax dollars provided by Measure C and not only having the preparedness for the summertime and the wildfire threat, but also there's a lot of overlap between the fire threat and the winter threat when you talk about vegetation. So these crews that have been put in place to reduce those fuels can also be activated to help support during winter weather events. They've got a strong public works team that's there to support, whether it's from road clearing or heavy equipment operations, but they also have great assets, as was heard about with the recent EOC exercise for sheltering, whether it's Nevada City Vets Hall, but also the Miners Foundry. Similar with public information, just really a forward-thinking approach and being proactive, utilizing the website and having a resource hub for community members to get the information they need, leveraging relationships, as I mentioned, with PIO groups, and making sure that they're proactive in staying on top of what's to come to make sure the community is informed. Now, as I close, before I turn it back over to Paul, I did want to highlight the strength and partnership that Nevada City is really leaning into. Some great programs that's highlighted here on your screen, from supporting the unhoused community with Sierra Roots, to bringing neighbor-to-neighbor programs, which, as we all know, you can't get through a disaster without neighbor helping neighbor, so a great way to bring that to fruition, and participating in the many exercises that Paul had highlighted before. And with that, I'll turn it over to Paul for Grass Valley's update.
Thank you, James. So next up, we'll just hear for a couple of slides from Grass Valley, represented by Mark Buttron today, so thank you for being here today, Chief. Ahead of severe winter weather, Grass Valley, like the other fire districts, is going to upstaff, as they say, so pre-positioning equipment and staffing to make sure that they're ready to respond to whatever community unmet needs might come up during these events. Next slide. They've got these very patient snowplows waiting here to support Grass Valley in the event Grass Valley becomes inundated with snow. Their public works is poised and ready to collaborate with county public works to make sure that residents continue to have access during these major snow events. And I think a theme that we're starting to see again and again here is that coordination, communication, and cooperation between agencies, that interoperability between agencies really allows our partners to function better together. Next up is PG&E, represented today by Brent Stanglin and Brandon Sanders, so thank you both for being here. PG&E has been a fantastic partner working with us. I know it's really difficult oftentimes when we have these regional level disasters and widespread damage in our community. PG&E's equipment was significantly damaged during the 2021 and 2023 winter storms as a result of drought-stressed trees combined with low elevation snow causing tree failure that then created massive subsequent damage to their overhead infrastructure. And so in doing that, a positive that did come from it, we look at Alta Sierra, North Bloomfield, some of these other communities that were significantly impacted. PG&E came in, invested significantly, replaced and repaired that infrastructure, which then left us with a hardened infrastructure ahead of future events that could occur in our community. Also, PG&E's been doing a lot of work in our community to bolster our shared awareness through installing weather stations. You see here they put 28 weather stations up on their infrastructure in our community that helps with shared decision making, and also 12 high-definition cameras that, again, help in decision making year-round and especially in fire season. Next slide. We've talked about this already, but they've done a lot of hard work strengthening their power poles and their overhead structure, doing 53 miles of line work, strengthening their infrastructure in our community. Next slide. And then the vegetation work. You can see there that in 2024 and 2025, they did significant hazardous vegetation tree removal that not only protected their infrastructure, but also enhanced ingress and egress during fire season for our evacuation routes. And back over to you, James.
So up next, I have the honor to present information about CAL FIRE. As a former employee, I take that honor very seriously of CAL FIRE's. And so wanted to really highlight their collaboration. So CAL FIRE as a state agency really has a unique opportunity to work with all levels of government and support them. And so this is just a very short list of some of those collaborating agencies that they work with, the cooperating agencies, including like the California Conservation Crew, California National Guard, utility companies, PG&E there, but also local fire districts and OES. And really what's so unique about CAL FIRE is that the number of resources and the number of unique resources that they bring to bear, not only at the local unit level, but also statewide. Fortunately, it's very rare when a disaster or an event really impacts the entire state. The last time we saw that really was that 22-23 year where really pretty much from the border of Mexico to Oregon was impacted by those major winter storms. But typically, it's very regional based or local based where the state can pull resources from around the state and fill those needs. And they really do a great job at filling those needs, whether it's a single resource that's supporting an incident command team or bringing in specialized trained staff to be able to support the emergency response. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Robital.
Good afternoon. I just want to talk a little bit about our organization, but mainly, am I being too loud? Let me know. When we prepare for winter, it's not just about Nevada County Consolidated. We operate as a system with all the local government fire agencies, and when we talk about operational readiness, we always maintain a state of readiness, and that starts by situational awareness. We start looking at forecast and weather events, and when we prepare and when the National Weather Service indicates that we may experience a severe event, I currently serve as one of the operation area coordinators, and we start preparing requests to Cal OES to add capacity and create task force and upstaffing in preparation for those events. It's a model that we've incorporated just in the last 2 years. I would say that 100% of my requests have been funded and granted. And what this allows us to do is staff up from our normal conditions. Today, we currently have 15 staffed engines with 34 firefighters here in western Nevada County with 3 battalion chiefs. During winter storms, this pre-position will allow us to add the additional 5 engines and 15 firefighters for a total of 20 engines and 49 firefighters, 5 battalion chiefs that will be assigned as task force leaders in western Nevada County. We also are able to staff up specialized teams if the conditions merit that. Just in the last 2 years, our organization received some Title III funding from the county, and we were able to conduct specialized training and now be typed through Cal OES as a Type 3 urban search and rescue team, as well as a Type 3 swift water team. Some of the key hazards that you can assume or predict with winter preparedness, the key hazards is the heavy snow. In 23, we responded to over 20 structure collapse calls. That also allows us to kind of have a heightened awareness when we enter these structures and are searching for victims. The USAR team will allow us and gave us specialized training to shore up these homes and make them safe when they've been compromised. You could see some of the photos of the incidents that we've responded to just in the last 2 years. The top right, we had a tree into a home. Fortunately, that person was not home. It did damage the bed that they were sleeping in and would definitely be a near miss, as well as the RV at the trailer park that created some national attention where I think the victim was 2 feet from that house. So these are some of the incidents that are very realistic to us, and we're preparing to mitigate if we are faced with them again. Down trees, as I mentioned, roadway access limitations not only on public roads but private, and the power outages that we face. These weather conditions, these calls take a lot of time, but the petition or the potential for the task force allows us to mission task and respond to different areas that are impacted. I'm going to touch on a task force and what that is. It's no different than our wildfire response when we deploy statewide. This allows us to assemble temporary apparatus and equipment and mission task them to areas in the county that are impacted. In Washington, the chief down there was shut in, and we were able to deploy, a series of engines to open up those roads and free up and add capacity to him during that time without interrupting our normal response and deployment strategy here in the county. Some of the task force details, the purpose obviously is to provide a scalable response system. We're comprised of overhead task force leaders that could direct those resources and mitigate those certain hazards where they're needed. Again, we can also direct special operations such as the urban search and rescue for structural collapse. We responded to a series of swift water rescues as well, because when the temperatures elevate and the snow melt, it produces some more challenges into the lower parts of the county. Our operational focus always is the life safety, as well as some of the key benefits is they're very flexible, and they can deploy not only to our region but surrounding counties if the need is no longer here. Thank you.
David Garcia, your Public Works Director. Again, not Lexine Moyer. Lexine couldn't be here today, but she's been instrumental in helping us with our program. So you have the B team. We're going to get through this together. So first and foremost, our core mission in Public Works is to provide that core base level of service. And for context, our scope is really big. The county's 970 square miles. We maintain 560 miles of roads, 50 bridges, another 60 miles of CSAs and PRDs. And we do all of that with 25 full-time crew members and some seasonal temporary folks. During a winter storm event, particularly a snow event, we're plowing approximately 235 miles of roadway and 12 routes 24/7 on 12-hour shifts until the storm's over. And if the public roads don't stay open, it affects all of the community level efforts that we've discussed here today. So it's a pretty big and important job. In addition to the obvious things like just plowing the roads, we're also at the same time during these events dealing with downed trees, drainage issues, roadway hazards, landslides, the plethora. So in addition to those 25 crew members and seasonal temps focused on that core mission, we're also running around the county making sure everything stays open. And we often get the question, are you prepared for winter, or are you prepared for this storm or that storm? And the answer is yes. We prepare all year long. We do that by doing our necessary maintenance activities like ditch clearing and grading and all of those things, vehicle maintenance. We also do that during severe weather season. We're constantly monitoring the weather. We're staging equipment. We have staffing plans that make sure that we're ready to respond to and escalate depending on the weather need for any event. And our crews take great pride in doing that for the county. Next slide. Luckily, I'm not going to go through this flow chart in great detail, but one of the things that, as Paul mentioned, we've been doing is kind of hot washing from some of the major storm events we've had. And in previous storms, we've noticed that we haven't had clear, streamlined, and transparent communication, which, during a storm like Snowmageddon, creates a lot of added pressure and stress on our team, and also just affects how we're coordinating with our partner agencies. So one of the things I think this flow chart does show is a sort of controlled chaos, which includes a lot of redundant or delayed information sharing, and leads to confusion up and down the communication chain. Next slide. In order to address this, we've developed what we're calling the Department Operating Center, and we're using a Microsoft Teams platform, which is both simple to use, but also something that everyone here in Nevada County has access to. And the goal was to try to create a singular, streamlined, and transparent way to receive, respond to, track, and report incidents in real time. And as you can see by a couple of the images there on the right, the DOC allows us to receive an incident report either from the public or a partner agency. We can upload that. We can add notes or pictures, addresses, all of those types of information. And we can then deploy that to whatever agency needs to respond to that. That could include PG&E or our own road crews. And it also allows our partners in the EOC, the PIO, the CEO's office, the Board of Supervisors to track what's going on real time, to see what's happening. We're also, during this whole event, structure reporting, and we have the ability to get some metrics and data from the event. The last and I guess most important part of that, though, is it also allows us to, at the end of an event, go back and hot wash and see what we did well, what we need to do better, and to learn from our experiences. So the last slide, you can go back one more. The other way. There you go. So again, this kind of shows what I was talking about before, a more streamlined process, kind of outlines. You get the incident, you input it, you dispatch, and you close an incident out. But the whole time, all of those partner agencies, particularly the EOC, is able to keep track of what we're doing. The approach is much more efficient and allows us to have better communication. And we're also very proud of our work and the efforts that the EOC and everyone here today has made that I think has made us a lot better as an organization. So,
Thanks, David. So I know this was a lot of information in a short period of time, but I hope that what your board is left with is, in the community, is knowing that we're ready. We're collaborative. I want to take this time to, again, thank our partners for the quiet work that they've been doing in the background to make sure that we can come together during the next severe winter weather event that we know will happen. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and we're ready for your questions.
Thank you so much for collaborating on the presentation as well as all the work you do all year long. I feel safe and protected and relieved. It's great what you presented. This really, it's so much helpful. It's so helpful when we know a storm's coming in, and those of us who've lived through the past storms, to know how much we've learned and how well you collaborate, and that that we know what's going to happen when we start getting calls, and we call into you guys, and we know people are activated, they're ready, they know what they're going to do, and you're collaborating so well. So really appreciate that. Honestly, it does make me feel great to see how well prepared you all look. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Sue, you want to start this one?
Okay. So what is the difference between the voluntary organization and the community organization? So I know we're working on a COAD with our community foundation. So tell us a little bit about the voluntary organization. Is that still national, or is that something local?
I'm going to let James jump in and help, and we also have Ann Rarick from the COAD who can help maybe expand upon that as well. I'll talk about the need, though, really quick, that there's so many unmet needs that bubble up during these events. We had needs for tree clearing and snow removal. There were needs for housing, food distribution. It ends up being too much for all of us as a county and for all of our partners to manage. And we do have 211 and FREED and many agencies that work hard to address those unmet needs during these events. And so community organizations active in disaster can organize a lot of those unmet needs and those agencies that are stepping forward, because many times we're inundated with help, people, stuff, money that we don't have a system to deal with. So James, can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, really the difference, volunteer versus community, they're synonymous essentially in emergency management. I'm much more preferential to the community organization naming for the sake of, almost all volunteer organizations are community organizations, but not all community organizations are volunteer organizations. And so what the Tahoe Truckee COAD does over on the east side, it really brings all those community organizations together and let them function as one. I came from an area where a lot of great organizations wanted to participate in these VOADs, but without a single leader bringing them together and an organization bringing them together, the response was always disjointed, and that cut down on their effectiveness. And so that's really where a ton of that value with our COAD that we've got here in Nevada County it brings to bear. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I was just curious. I knew about we're working on the COAD right now, and so that's kind of an interesting process and bringing in all the stakeholders. So just was curious, because I know at the national level you think about different groups that come in and do help too. So is that something that ties into that? I'm just curious.
Sure. Yeah, and absolutely. So whether they're national organizations like the American Red Cross, or they're just strictly local grassroots organizations, like the local community foundation, or the Sierra Community House, organizations like that, it can really run the gamut on organizations and where that cohesion comes together.
So, and then one other question I have, so this is always interesting because there's been lots of conversations around fire, around snow, all those kinds of things about where we are with our evacuation plans and how we tie all this into the safety and what's going on during a disaster.
Can you say more, Supervisor Hook, about the question of the nexus between winter storm prep and evacuation?
Yeah, so just looking at that, we have an evacuation plan, and a lot of folks are wondering, so how do we manage that during a disaster? Where are we going with that? 211 is huge. We have an OEA, you have emergency services set up. So people, that's a big question. People want to still know, how do we manage that? What do we know what to do? Do we stay in place?
Sure.
So how are you guys going to message that?
That's right. So I think we're seeing with a lot of these systems is they're complementary and almost ubiquitous for the disaster. So what's going to happen is we'll assess the threat or the situation. We're going to come together, start identifying unmet needs, and then begin addressing them with the right tools. The right tool might be the Department Operations Center. It might be a unified command that's during a fire addressing, fire suppression and evacuation. As far as evacuation in these winter storms or public expectations, a lot of the times what we've seen historically is it's almost a reverse. Access is the issue, so they can't evacuate. And so what we heard about today with the collaboration with our partners is how do we get to them? How do we open up access so that these folks can get out and get their prescriptions, they can get out safely and get to a hotel if they have no power. And so we're going to use the same systems that we use to message the public during wildfires as we use off-season or during winter weather events. Tuning into trusted news sources, using all of our partners like KNCO, KVMR, the radio stations on the east side, Ubinet, our mass messaging systems, our partners who work directly with residents. Some of that's even in person. We saw that because telecommunication systems were down, we had to go knock on doors to make sure people were okay. And it circles back to that community piece of us coming together and supporting each other to make sure that we're okay.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer. Like I said, a lot of people ask that. I think they need to hear it. I think that's part of the challenge, and educating people and the whole process is still, for every 10 you tell, there's 20 that haven't got the messaging. So, you guys have come a long ways from that, I feel like. So anyway, good presentation. Thank you for that.
Just one question. The company Rubicon, am I naming them correctly?
Team Rubicon.
Team
it's
Rubicon, thank you.
Nonprofit veteran organization that comes out and does disaster cleanup work.
The 2 storm cycles down here, I remember they contributed significantly, at least in the kind of unincorporated areas in Washington and stuff, went out there in the middle of the night and did everything anyway. Just passing along another thank you to them. Hope they show up next time we need them again. But I don't have any specific questions. It's obvious to me that the one question that does come up oftentimes in East County is kind of like, we get 10 feet of snow and my phone's not ringing, but then there's snow down here and all of a sudden it's different, right? Because it affects the county differently, and in East County we're maybe more used to that crazy amount of, impactful snow. Really just kind of the differences in the county and what everybody needs in different areas. So job well done. Really enjoy getting the presentation.
All right, let's open it up to public comment. And do we have any callers?
I'm not seeing any callers, Chair.
Okay, and I don't see any public comment in the chambers, so I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Thank you all for coming out today. It looks like we're all feeling pretty secure with your presentation and your preparation. So unless there's any last comments or questions, I'm going to look for a motion and a second to accept the presentation.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. That was way too easy, wasn't it?
So Chair Hall, can we make it a little bit more complicated? Because we have so many professionals in uniform and hardworking people working on this. May we get a picture with the board?
Sure, let's do that. Come on down, everybody.
That includes dogs.
Okay, last but not least for the day, we have our presentation and a resolution of intention to issue tax-exempt obligations to finance the cost of certain capital improvements. Erin, please get us started on this item.
Thank you, Chair Hall, members of the board. Erin Mettler, your Deputy County Executive Officer and Chief Fiscal Officer, here today to talk about a notice of intent for tax-exempt financing. We're going to start off with a timeline. As a brief reminder, I came before this board in January with a fiscal presentation. And in that presentation, we talked a lot about a pretty big list of capital projects that were known in various stages of planning and design and development and funding. And that list was pretty daunting. If you recall, the number was very large, the list was long. And we talked a little bit about the different types of financing available to get those projects moving forward. And also that general fund dollars, which are often used for capital projects, are pretty scarce right now, and that there are a lot of competing interests and threats for those dollars. And so really the direction I received from the board in January was come back and let's have an education session around debt obligation. What is it? How does it work for municipalities? What are the recommendations? We did that in May. We had KNN Public Finance. Bobby Chung joined me up here, and we talked you through what a debt issuance or debt obligation looks like. At that meeting, we talked about this notice of intent, also known as a reimbursement resolution, and that's used as a financing tool. And so in June, we adopted the budget. We did not include any debt obligation contemplation in the budget. We also didn't include much of the laundry list of capital projects that are on the docket because we wanted to take some time and be thoughtful about our approach to accomplishing these project needs. In October, I had a pension policy presentation, and you adopted a new pension policy alongside Andrew Flynn with Cal Muni Advisors, and that really kind of set the stage for some of our other competing obligations for these general fund dollars that we're talking about today. We're working towards a pension plan. You'll be seeing that in early 2026, and it is in conjunction with that plan that this proposal comes before you today. We're talking about a notice of intent to issue tax-exempt financing. It's not issuing debt today. That's not the decision before you. In 2026, we'll again have a fiscal presentation at the board workshop. I'll give you a state of the county, if you will. We'll talk about the current fiscal threats, both from the federal level, the state level, and locally, where there's going to be competition for our scarce resources. And we're going to look at capital project prioritization through the Capital Ad Hocs Committee during 2026 as well. There will be some prioritization requests and a look at specific capital project financing. So that's all going to happen in 2026. So let's talk about today. What is a resolution of intention? It simply is a signal that we have a future intent to issue tax-exempt debt for capital projects. It identifies current and proposed projects that may benefit from financing within the next 18 months. So we have a pretty long runway that we're signaling potentially today we're going to start that clock. It does not commit the board to issue debt. So if things happen in 2026, if the federal budget comes and the state budget gets released and it is dramatically impacting the Nevada County General Fund and our economic outlook, you do not have to issue debt. You're under no obligation. What I'm asking for you to do today is simply declare some intention around moving capital project financing forward. And really the purpose of a notice of intention with a laundry list of projects attached to it is maximizing our flexibility in funding sources at the time in which we need them. Oftentimes, in order to be competitive for grant funding for capital projects, we have to be shovel ready. We have to have a design in place, we have to have site control, we have to have a sustainability plan in place, and a lot of that takes some seed money in order to accomplish. There are projects on the list that could benefit from a potential reimbursement over the next 18 months of those readiness activities, and a decision could be made at a future point whether or not tax-exempt financing is the highest, best use of dollars, or whether the funds used currently to get us there are the highest, best use of dollars. So that's what I mean when I'm talking about maintaining that flexibility. Looking at our typical capital project timeline, you've seen this slide many times before, an average of 5 years from the concept to completion. I've broadened the financing activities bracket at the bottom for the purposes of today's discussion, really just to illustrate that 18-month timeline can start as early as development and can end mid-construction for some of the smaller projects. It's not necessarily best practice to wait until construction starts, but it is a possibility. When we look at the list of projects, I'm not intending for you to be able to read this slide, so don't fret. Bear with me. We've got a long list. We're casting a pretty broad net. This is $120 million over the next 5 years of potential capital projects. They're split up into ADA or safety, departmental requests, and life cycle maintenance. And each category comes with a lot of backup data compiled by our facilities team. While my team has been working on number crunching, your facilities team has been working on refining the monster list from last January and really putting some thoughtful effort into identifying potential prioritization and timing, better handle on the cost, and then proposing over 5 years how could we accomplish it given our current capacity to support project initiation. So the question is, how do we move projects forward? You've seen this slide before as well. There are several different financing options available. And again, we're looking at how do we maximize the most scarce resource, which is our general fund dollars. They're discretionary, they're also used for operations, they're also used to support core services. And so wanting to make sure that it's basically our funding of last resort for a lot of these projects. We're always looking for grant opportunities, we're looking for federal earmark opportunities, we're looking for partnership funding, private donations, and then we're looking at the general fund. And some of the things that need to be done in the capital project sphere are required to have general fund backing. And so in the case of a larger project, for example, the roof projects, we've got a lot of different county buildings. They all have roofs with useful lives that are at various stages of needing to be replaced. There's an opportunity there to bundle a roof project and get a better price from a contractor if we do more at the same time. That's a simple example. We actually have done a lot of roof replacements in this last year. But moving forward, there are other projects like that, bathroom remodels, for example, or flooring replacements. Those are all life cycle maintenance type activities that if we had a larger pot of money to draw from, we could maximize our local dollar and stretch it further. When we look at tax-exempt financing, we really want to limit our capacity to handle debt service payments. We want to make sure that it's in line with our other operational needs. And so you've heard me talk a lot about revenues being pretty flat and expenses increasing, and that we've had to get quite creative in how we're crafting our operational budgets. Again, using a variety of different sources, both federal, state, and local. And yet we still need to invest in county facilities, both existing facilities and new facilities. And so really we're using a financing tool as one of those balancing efforts. When we look at our current outstanding tax-exempt debt, it's a very short list. It's 3 items. It's a total of $21.7 million outstanding. My apologies, the average annual payment total is incorrect. It's actually $2.7 million. But looking at that as compared to our total operating budget, it's less than 1%. And looking at other counties of similar size to ours, both in population but also in size of their budget, they're also right around 1%. In fact, the highest that I came across was Mendocino County at 2.6% of their total budget in debt. And so a lot of bigger counties and similar counties to ours, like Napa, Glenn County, or Sutter, they're all right around 1%, 1.5% of total budget is dedicated towards debt service. So when you look at our current outstanding principal and our annual payment, if we were to project out 6 months from now and go out for a $25 million bond, we would be adding to our debt service, and I have another slide here to illustrate that. This is what we worked on with K&N Finance, and so looking at the scenarios under a financing term, we looked at 20-year repayment schedule, a 25-year repayment schedule, or a 30-year repayment schedule, always looking at $25 million as the amount that we would want available to be used for projects. The interest cost varies based on the length of the financing term, and you'll see the average annual payment ranges from $1.5 million to $1.8 or $1.9 million. It's not a huge fluctuation based on 5 years of time or interest rate change, but what that results in is, this is where animation gets you. If you go back here and look at the total debt cost, you add $1.5 million to the total that we currently have, it rounds out about $5.6 million. We're still sitting at 1% of our total budget. So we're still in line with kind of industry standard in terms of how much debt we're incurring and how much debt service we're paying each year. That's just a data point for you to consider in looking at surrounding areas and what they do. Back to this list of projects. This is, Exhibit A to the resolution. Again, wanting to cast a wide net. Actually, of this total project list, the $120 million, 76% is other funds, not general fund. It's grant funds, it's federal dollars, it's state dollars, it's realignment dollars, it's share of special revenue funds. But about 24% would be eligible for general fund support should you decide to move forward with them. I've grouped some of the projects here because within the categories of ADA safety, department requests, and life cycle maintenance, we see some similarities, particularly around the libraries or the Rood Center, where there's several different things that need to occur over the next 5 years. Some of them would be considered safety items. Some of them would be considered an ADA upgrade to improve accessibility. And some of them would just be simple life cycle maintenance, replacing the HVAC system or replacing the carpets, for example. And so combining them here in these categories gives you a better snapshot, I feel, of where the expenses could occur. You'll see community resilience centers on here. I'm sure you're familiar with the Community Resilience Center grant that we received from the state of California. That was a $10 million grant. This project is nearly fully funded, and it would have been if we hadn't had to do some seismic retrofitting to our vets' halls. So moving forward with that project, there's about $150,000 of additional work that could be done, that could be funded either through a debt issuance or through the general fund to get that project fully completed. Similarly, Eric Rood Administrative Center, this building that we're in here, there's some significant maintenance items that are coming up due in their life cycle over the next 5 years. And we could invest dollars over time from the general fund to pay for that. or we could issue some debt and do it all at once. So those are the decision points that are going to come before you in the future. For now, we're looking at this notice of intent to issue tax-exempt financing. Again, casting a broad net at possibility, trying to maximize our opportunity for those scarce dollars, not committing you to issuing debt in the next 18 months, but giving you the option to do so. And if you choose to do so in the next 18 months, all of the work that's been done from now until then, there's potential that it could be reimbursed. That just maximizes dollars down the road. So apologize for kind of the wonky financing metrics that we're using today, but hopefully that gives some insight into the process and where we're at. This is looking ahead to 2026. I'm projecting that in January, again, we'll have a fiscal presentation. There will also be a capital project presentation, although we will not be going through the capital projects specifically. Those will be handled through the ad hoc. In February and March, that ad hoc would review the project list to determine some priorities. We'd also have budget subcommittee meetings to work through the financing plans for those projects, as well as all of the other items that are vying for these dollars, such as pensions, such as labor, such as just basic operations, based on what we will know then about the governor's proposed state budget. In April, you're going to have budget workshops where we're going to present the full 26-27 proposed budget. And at that time, there may be incorporated some debt service obligation, or there may be incorporated some capital project funding. That is up to you, and as we work through the next 6 months, we'll kind of determine and flesh out that proposal. But any financing recommendation in the future where I would come before you and ask for permission or direction, rather, to issue debt, it would go also before our debt financing committee. There's a lot of other reviews that would happen ahead of then. So with that, the recommended action is to adopt the resolution of intention to issue tax-exempt obligations to finance the costs of certain capital improvements. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have or entertain any direction.
Thank you so much, Erin. Rob, questions?
Thanks for that. I don't really have many. Just to kind of reiterate, summarize what you said, this doesn't obligate us in any way to issuing the debt in the future. So there's a conceivable scenario where were things to change or not within the next 18 months that we would not issue any. This in no way obligates us. This is just giving us the opportunity. So anything that expense was incurred within 18 months prior to issuing that debt would be eligible for reimbursement.
You got it.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I have any other. I think it's pretty straightforward for me. Thanks.
Great.
Thanks, Aaron. Could you bring up the spreadsheet? I think you called it Exhibit A.
This one?
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Just to be clear, you talked about different revenue to fill these needs, one of them being grants, like, for example, the Behavioral Health Treatment Campus, is that the project currently under grant award right here? Okay, so what we're looking at here, although it is 119, obviously what was in the staff report was 25. Is that, how do we reconcile, is this something that will be brought forward? Obviously at the workshop, the strategic workshop, we'll look through and reprioritize based on the funding if we went that 25 route?
Yeah, this list is starting in 26-27, so it is a little bit forward-looking. The behavioral health project that you're speaking of is already underway. It's already actually under contract, and it has full funding. It is included in here because it is going to draw on county resources. And so the Comprehensive Facilities Master Plan, which is the 5-year plan, really looks at capacity for our facilities crew to support it in project development, as well as for financing. So this list does include a lot of other funding that we probably wouldn't entertain debt to reimburse if it's grant funds, but there's often matching requirements from the general fund. The behavioral health project, for instance, has a matching requirement that is currently funded with behavioral health dollars and also has a land match. So we're using county-owned land as part of that project. Another good example would be the Airport Capital Improvement Program that's listed on here. It's the first one under life cycle maintenance at $1.7 million. Our Our airport is an enterprise fund, so there is no general fund obligation. But if the enterprise fund doesn't have the funding available to do that project, and there is a need and desire by the board to move forward, then we could entertain some sort of loan from the general fund to get that project done.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just, maybe as one board member, I would like to see either a column reflecting the anticipated grant award and then the resultant general fund or other obligation from the board, just so we can see it, because for me, it all gets mixed together. It's hard to make decisions. And then the other piece is, another column that would be useful is, even if, to your point, if you got, for example, the ACIP for the airport 1.7, if that was awarded, but just for example, it doesn't have this, but I'm just making an example. If it had a $200,000 carry cost every year, I would want to know some anticipated annual cost to do that before we accept the grant. So like, good money is not always free, free money is not always free kind of thing.
Sure.
So I would just, and I would like, it would be great if I could see the anticipated annual carry cost before we get the grant awards for accepting big dollars like that. In my opinion, it would be good for the board to understand that. And then the other question, do we have, or where do we get, or how do we procure all the horsepower on the construction management administration staff members that do all this work and all the things that, Craig's jumping up, I was pretty sure. He probably has an answer for that. Seems like a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I can start answering and then maybe Craig can finish, but we are very much attuned to the need and necessity of having good project management support. And what we've started doing with grant applications in particular is including that cost in the application.
I see.
But Craig can fill in additional details.
Great answer. For your board, Craig Griesbach, Agency Director for Information and General Services. I will credit our facilities team this past year. They really dug in to improve efficiencies that has bolstered their capacity to be successful and implement these many projects. We don't build a lot of new and big projects historically, but we're building our capacity through the efficiencies, through the success of our capital facilities master plan project and all of these things. With that said, we adjust based on our capacity for projects like the Truckee Library or any of those projects to where we have the resources and ability to contract out for those services and incorporating those costs into the project based on the timeline of all these projects and what our capacity looks like.
Perfect. Yeah, that answered my question. Thank you. And then just one more quick question. Under the general fund portion, that would be things in budget unit set aside or budget unit reserves. That would be a general fund obligation, or would that come out of the other general fund that was non-obligated? For example, Health and Human Services had a general fund reserve. Would that be credited, or is it in addition to that money that they already have in reserve that the board would have to come up with out of general funds?
So if I'm understanding the question correctly, the general fund balance, that $42 million or whatever it is, I apologize, I don't have the right number in front of me. There is a capital projects assignment within the general fund balance that is used to fund this list of projects when the general fund is the required source of funding.
Okay.
When it's an HHSA project, when there's other funds available, they have their own fund balances that are outside of the general fund that are held in their departmental funds.
That could be applied, for example, to a sheriff's project.
Correct. So
Okay.
the sheriff has special revenue funds. They exist outside of the general fund for the most part, and they are used for their projects. However, the jail is a county facility, and so jail improvements fall under the general fund, and therefore we would be contributing towards that.
The general fund.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
A couple of questions. I think you've answered this before, but the Nevada County Courthouse renovation is not on here because, I mean, we may end up having to put some money into that.
We used to have the roof replacement on this list.
Right.
But that project is nearly complete, if not completed, so it fell off for 26, 27.
Okay.
But we don't have any future plans yet. They're not concrete enough for us to identify on this list and there is still a question of responsibility in the future.
Okay, so there might be other projects like that that aren't, we're not exactly clear what or how much we might need to invest that.
Sorry, go ahead. There's always going to be more projects. This list is a point in time, and really how we look at this 5-year plan is for the upcoming budget year of 26-27. That first column, there's almost $50 million identified of projects in that first column. We may or may not, when it comes time to propose the budget, have the capacity to support that level of funding, or have the dollars. And so while this is a plan, it's based on how ready are these projects, what's the board direction in terms of getting them ready to be constructed, and then it comes back to the board for more discussion in the context of funding and timing.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that, which is kind of why I thought like the court might be on here, because it may or may not be something we end up having to fund, but it could be substantial if we end up, it feels like,
And chances are it could be, they're 31 and 32, which is just outside the 5-year window.
Right, okay. And then the only real substantive question or concern I have is that I appreciate that we are looking to provide intent, and then at some point, we will probably choose a few projects and decide whether to go forward to use debt to fund them. But in the meantime, like you said, we want the ability to go ahead and start some things and be able to reimburse those as needed. When we're starting something without issuing debt, how are we identifying exactly where those funds are coming from that could be reimbursed? Through our capital project master plan, for example?
It could be identified in the master plan. It will be identified as part of the capital projects ad hoc review of the project before it comes to the board for approval. And then within the staff report, we will make sure that we're very clear as to the funding source. And I think, should you pass this resolution, we could also identify in the staff report whether it is qualified for future debt reimbursement.
Okay. I mean, my concern is that what if we get ahead of ourselves? We make a decision to invest some funds, thinking that we're probably going to do a bond, and then maybe something happens, a global economy or whatever, and we decide not to, and then we're stuck funding the ongoing finishing of the project or maintenance or whatever. Is there a policy in place so that we don't get ahead of ourselves, that anything we choose to start now we could carry without debt in case we can't go forward with debt?
Yeah, right now you cannot appropriate funds you don't have to appropriate. So you as a board, I can't bring something to recommend to you and you can't act on a project that which you do not have funds to support. What you can act on is perhaps a design contract. A couple $1 million, we've been doing this for the animal shelter, for the new animal shelter. We have a design contract, it's in place, it's actively being utilized, and it's gotten us to the point where we have a proposed cost for construction.
Right.
That project could stop right there.
Right.
Because we don't have $14 million in cash for capital projects, we have 6. But if we were to issue $25 million in debt and 14 of it went to the animal shelter, that's the conversation that we would have, and that's kind of the conversations that would go forward.
Okay, yeah, so again, that's a good example of we could afford to do that one, but we can't afford to do 6 design and concepts and sit and wait, right?
Correct.
There's got to be a policy in place where we don't get ahead of ourselves by investing too much in anticipation that we would get reimbursed. So how do we ensure that doesn't happen?
So Chair Hall, if I could just jump in really quickly. So there's lots of checks and balances to this. The first thing is we have a monthly capital facilities meeting with the chair and the vice chair where we're reviewing the projects. And there's also touch points with the board when we come back to open session before I'm moving projects forward. We do have a capital facilities plan, which is updated annually and presented to the board. And then if we were moving forward, we would definitely present it to the full board before entering into contract agreements.
So that's helpful. I mean, I guess I would just keep that as a caution. Lisa and I have been on the capital facilities ad hoc. We've been shown, the new copy of the facilities plan. Those projects really come before us as done deals if we can get them funded. There's not really a whole role of conversation or pluses and minuses or this or that. That's not what happens in those places. So I want to make sure that because I think we've seen that this year, as several of us keep asking questions about, but don't get ahead of us before we get to see the whole group. And so I think we need a better process to be identifying as we're going along. It's this or that, or it's these 3 or that one, or it's these 6 or none of them, rather than just one at a time. Here's one we're doing a design concept for, and we may get funds and we may build it, like the animal shelter that keeps coming up over and over again. We've agreed to do that, but we still haven't seen the whole list of possible where we really can have that robust conversation of, if we have to choose, and some of them may not get reimbursed, where are we as a board? So I just I don't feel like we have that very robust yet, and I want to make sure that that's a piece of.
So we definitely would be responsive to the board and provide an opportunity, looking at all the projects holistically, to provide the direction. And so what we'll do is to work with the Capital Facilities Committee to look at revisit process. We also have a board workshop coming up in January that we can include this in the agenda as well, for sure.
And I would just add that our budget policy, you were asking for, is there a policy? The budget policy does speak to how we arrive at the proposed budget, and it does also speak to recession scenarios and, loss of funding backdrops or backstops. So there is some language in those policies, but I think I understand better what you're getting at, which is a more comprehensive look at the year ahead. What are the opportunities that the board has to identify priorities for funding, which includes not only the list of capital projects, but the other things vying for that same pot of dollars.
Right, and what might be, like with HR coming down, like what might we have to scramble for, and how much committed would we be? And let's try to be making as educated decisions in advance as we can. And I think you do need board approval for some of those decisions, not staff recommendation. I think you need both.
Sure.
So, and maybe just one last thing, maybe you could, when we next talk about this, you could bring forth those sort of pieces of the policy and remind us what they are. That might be helpful too.
Sure, I'm happy to incorporate that in the January workshop presentation as well.
Thank you. Yeah, Hardy.
Yeah, that's a good conversation. What I was thinking is, a lot of times, not a lot of times, but some of the time, the board is presented with a large volume of information for the strategic workshop, and I think what Chair Hall is describing is a ranking process that may be better handled outside of that process, just in a straw poll to get staff's understanding of the priorities. And I think if you're in possession to a higher fidelity about our priorities, you can probably make exhibits that'll fast track some of the conversation at the strategic workshop. Because I know right here just in front of us, 35 or 40 different items, which is awesome to see because we've all seen these before, but I think if taken in whole, it's almost too much to digest when you're thinking about, okay, which one's more important or less important? And then all the compounding decisions that you're talking about, i.e., if we can't afford to make ends meet for Medi-Cal, this is all moot, right? We're not going to make decisions on many of these cap facility plan pieces. The other part I was just going to say a quick comment on, allowing in the constituent world, or the people that call me and need things done, they don't work in 5-year timelines. And I know oftentimes they're like, what, I called you last week, you didn't build a bridge or something. It's just very quick and very, lacking a full understanding of the bureaucratic process that we all go through to keep things going. I would like some option available to the board to insert flexibility in funding options. And so if, for example, you had a total threshold of bonding that was 25 million, maybe it was 4 million or 5 million over 4 years or something, so that maybe at a later date, and probably maybe not even this board, but another board could say, hey, an emerging challenge or opportunity came before us. We want to change that bonding amount from 5 million to 7 million or 5 million to 14 million. I don't know what that is. It's a different conversation, but just understanding that we have some flexibility, because these timelines are great for thinking about conceptually and philosophically where we want to be, but they're not actually reality for building things, at least in many of the worlds that we work in. So just kind of throw that out there for flexibility's sake.
Yeah, and that's currently what we use our fund balance assignments for, is that flexibility. I will say the dollar amount in each bucket is probably not as robust as it might need to be, if that's truly what you want to do with it. when it comes to issuing debt, there's a cost of issuance, and so there probably isn't much cost benefit for doing a bond issuance less than $25 million, just because the cost of issuance is so high that it doesn't really pencil out until you get to that threshold. And I don't, at this point in time, feel comfortable going above $25 million because the debt service implications are pretty strong, given our current fiscal state. So there is a balancing act on my end, too, in terms of what I'm comfortable recommending. And we have models available for how much debt we can afford, and that's based off of, our financial statements, as well as other obligations that are on the books. So all of that is available behind the scenes, and that's where we would use both the debt financing committee and the budget subcommittee to work through some of those finer details. But I hear what you're saying in terms of having a pot available and for flexibility and for reprioritization as needed.
Yeah, thanks, and I think I would echo that. That's sort of the reprioritization issue, the ability, like the courthouse I'm saying, or when land comes take
Absolutely.
advantage of, or.
So we could incorporate that into the policy that we'll be bringing back as well. That's a good point.
So I
That's
think we've
noted.
seen a few things like that we've needed to move on quickly, so. Wait, any other questions over here? Let's open up for public comment and see if there are any callers, Julie, on this one.
It's no callers, Chair.
Okay. Not seeing public comment, so closing public comment. Yeah, that was a helpful conversation, I think, so thank you for allowing that. Any final last-minute questions or comments? Okay, then I think we are ready to call for, let's see what we do on this one. Call a motion and a second to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes. Fantastic, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're ending almost exactly on time. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned.